Hello? I hope you can hear me. Is sound is good? Okay, it seems to. I don't know. My stream was just killed for no apparent reason, so we try this again. Welcome everyone to the stream. Sorry for this little outage. Not outage, but this like I don't know what happened. Like my OBS said I'm sending data, everything is fine. Internet was still working, but for whatever reason, I just got kicked out of Twitch for no apparent reason. Like I don't know, stream was just offline for a moment, which kind of confused me. So that is very unfortunate, but I should be back now. So yeah, as you can hear, I'm sick, or was sick for, I don't know, 1.5 weeks or so, 10 days, something like that. That's very unfortunate, and I'm still not fully recovered. As you can hear, my voice is a bit deeper than usual. That is very unfortunate. Like, I'm not sure what you call it in English. Like, I think I'm 3.5 semitones lower than usual, which I don't mind, to be honest. I like having a deeper voice, but the problem is talking and not coughing is a problem right now, and as a result, I can't do much voice recording and stuff. That is very, very unfortunate. I would have loved to do some stuff here. So let me just do the introduction here again and hope everything works and the stream doesn't break. That would be awesome. You see, I started Cyberpunk 2077 and I planned like a video on the gaming channel. I couldn't voice record it because my voice was pretty much not able to do that. So this is like, I show you what I planned. Maybe I still make the video when I can talk again in a more consistent matter and see what's going on. Very unfortunate timing for catching a flu, but whatever. Nothing I can do about. I'm a bit sorry for all the people subscribed to the channel and so on. That there's a lack of content because I can't simply currently I can't do content. It feels very unfortunate, I have to admit. So Cyberpunk. We have, as said, multiple program points today. I want to show a bit of Cyberpunk path tracing. I have a RTX 3080 as a graphics card, which is not ideal for it, but at 1080p it's actually okay. So we talk a little bit about this and I show you what it is, what it does, and so on and so forth. We'll come to that in a moment. Then maybe, I can't promise how long I can stream today because I'm not sure how long my voice is holding, and I don't want to overdo it and hope I can do more content stuff next week again. Yeah, next would be Millennia. We have completed the Elden Ring level 1, All Remembrances playthrough, and I beat Millennia level 1, but we took quite a bit of damage. I would like to practice defeating her no damage take. Maybe I will abort this or so. It's like a little side challenge I would like to do. Currently I'm kind of still, I know what she does, I have the practice, I still have the moves somewhat in my mind. So it's a good time to do it before the DLC comes out and so on. So I have a little bit of Elden Ring content for that, as preparation, I guess. And yeah, though I thought, yeah, maybe try it now, because if I try it in like half a year or so, I will start at 0 again, basically, and have to practice a lot the basic stuff. So that's, yeah, not ideal. Then maybe we look into Resident Evil 4 Professional, any percent glitchless. That's like we did below 5 hours, which was my goal for S Plus on standard. We got that. Now we try the same, basically getting S Plus on professional. That would be the next goal. There's a timer run and so on. Maybe we do some practice for it today or not, I'm not sure. We'll just start a run and see how it goes in comparison to a normal run. There's some insane, I was a bit following the the Resident Evil 4 remake glitchless stuff and so on. That was really fascinating what cool bugs and glitches people found and the routing and so on and so forth. Really interesting to see. But usually I watch Distortion too, shout out to him. And yeah, he plays not glitchless though, he plays any percent so with glitches, and it's kind of cool to see what you can skip and what you can do. Then also, I'm not sure, maybe we definitely will return to the other thing. Satisfactory is also on the plan, so people wondering, where's Satisfactory, Chris? It comes back as soon as I can talk a bit longer again. And then also the Jedi Fallen Order successor, Jedi Survivor, I think it's called, will come out in 4 days or something, 5 days next week, I don't know. That we will also play here on the channel. And hopefully have a good time with that. So that's basically the plan. So let us start. Let me just drink some tea because, as you hear, I'm still sick. So I need a lot of tea. Oh, Bibzuda, it's so nice to see you. I'm kind of miss talking to you, I have to admit, here on stream. I hope sound is good. And I hope you missed me at least a little bit. But as you hear, my voice is still not 100% recovered. And so my idea is to just slowly try at least stream something, and yeah, I hope it gets better next week, but it's looking good. I feel kind of confident. Like I thought about doing it Friday, but Friday my voice was still too destroyed to do longer talking. Yep, all good. Shame you got sick. Hope you it's better soon. Yeah, thank you, much appreciated. I hope too. As a freelancer content creator person, it's terrifying to get sick this long, especially if one of your main tools that you need for work, your voice, is not working. That's unfortunate. So I have to admit, I kind of like the deeper voice, but yeah, it's the coughing is a problem. So sometimes I will mute myself to cough a little bit like this. I hope do not bother you with that too much, but I can't promise that I always will hit the mute button. So we have Cyberpunk. That is the thing I would like to show you today a little bit, because like I said, I plan to make a video, and the in-game is currently muted. I will change that in a moment, I think. Here it is, Cyberpunk unmute. Hard to tell how loud it is. Oh, Cyberpunk. That isn't... Okay, we have to actually do something, because else it's annoying for me. So Cyberpunk has on my system, maybe on your system as well. In case you're watching this, here's a free explanation. If you have crackling sounds while playing Cyberpunk. And what fixes it for me is you have to increase the... in your what is it called, sound settings, you have to increase the hertz to 96k, which is actually set to 96k. So yeah, it's already fixed. Good. Usually I have it on 48,000 hertz, so 48 kilohertz. Currently, if you set it to 96,000 kilohertz, it fixes it for me. Another fix is deactivating, which also just go into the options, the vibration. I don't see the setting here. Dead zone. Is it maybe gameplay? There's somewhere a vibration setting, which I'm currently not seeing. By the way, mute sensor is on. That's good. Enabled. No, that's wrong. Skipping dialogues. There's some settings that are important for Twitch stuff. For example, radio subtitles, cinematic. There's like a setting, yeah, disable copyright music. That's also a pretty nice feature, in my opinion. But where do we see the controls? Shouldn't it be here? I'm currently either I'm blind or I don't see it. Sensitivity, a controller vibration. Set this to 0. That could also help with the crackling problem. Question chat. Why don't I hear? Ah, I muted it again. I think that's the reason why it did not work as intended. Didn't I mute it? Okay. Let's not have sound problems, please. I muted it, okay. Okay, so settings. This is now Cyberpunk in the version 1.262 with Hotfix. So that is 1.621 or something like that. It's the latest version of the game. That is important because mods weren't working for quite some time. Oh god, I also see a problem here. Problem with your users in different resolutions. However, with 6.2 I think, there came a new graphics setting out, which we will try today. And I show you a little bit what it does. It's this one here. It's called Path Tracing Technology Preview. This is supposed to be a preview for a ray tracing option that is called Path Tracing. And it's also called like Cyberpunk Overdrive Mode or something like that. And this thing here is really impressive in many ways, but it's insanely GPU intensive. Like it halves that what you get from normal ray tracing basically. And I can show you the difference between this because we can switch back and forth between this. I have some save games, I hope, prepared somewhere. The question is, the problem is I prepared a video actually for this. And then I got sick and couldn't record it, which was very, very unfortunate. This here looks potentially... This looks good. Yeah. Let me just see if I see something better here. I have a lot of save games prepared for the stuff here. Okay, maybe this is a really good save. Let me just show you what it might do and what it might not do. And its limitations. We're playing on a... As said, I have a 3080. And usually you would want to have a 4090 for it, or 4080 at least. Or maybe a 4070 if you have low resolution would potentially work as well. Though a 3080 and a 4070 have round about the same performance, whatever. I have to, another disclaimer, if I would want to stream this without DLSS, we can just turn it off for a moment. You will see what happens to the frame rate. Well, it's actually okay here. We're at 23 FPS only. On 1080p, as you can see, this is insanely expensive. But maybe, let me just see that you can maybe see the frame counter on top. We have an idea on the performance. It's maybe smart. Yeah, you see at the top right, you see my frame rate. So that is below 30 FPS now, but this is now without DLSS. DLSS is a tool that basically you render at a lower resolution. It uses AI that is very efficient inside the graphics card to scale it up to your target resolution, which is here 1080p. I can run it somewhat decently on 720p. I tried this. So what it now does, this is an interesting scene that shows you some stuff. It doesn't look too different in many ways, I guess. But what you can see if you look at these trash cans here in the background, you see that you can turn it off, my front light is casting shadows at the wall. See this? It looks kind of realistic. It's very interesting, the effect when you turn it off. Like you see how weird it looks. It has to do with how path tracing is calculated. It's very interesting. It's not a new technology. Path tracing is basically also ray tracing. But the difference between Cyberpunk's normal ray tracing and path tracing is that normal ray tracing only use very specific lights in the game to basically calculate how the light is reflected a few times. Like it hits a wall, is reflected, and so on and so forth. And this casts smoother shadows, does nice reflections on the ground that are geometrically correct, versus the rasterization that is without ray tracing approach, where sometimes the angles are not correct. So if you look very closely, you see stuff like this. This is basically done. It's insanely expensive because you have to actually calculate how the light bounces around in the level, and this makes it so expensive. This is on normal ray tracing as well. On path tracing, it uses all the lights that the game has to offer and bounces them around. That's very important in this context. So it's not only like the sunlight and so on that's usually used for the ray tracing. Here it uses also the light of this, the light of my motorcycle and so on. As you can see, that's a lot of light this machine has now to calculate. And that's interesting. So if we now go into the settings, we will do this a lot for this little showcase here. And I just put this on Psychos, the highest ray tracing setting, without this path tracing. You, for example, see that this here works a bit different. Interestingly, I could swear it was that it wouldn't calculate the stuff. Maybe I had it on a lower setting for it to apply. Maybe no. It interestingly here works as well. So it's kind of interesting that this actually works. I could swear last time it didn't work. I have a better thing to show you later on. But you see that even, and this is an important detail for this tech demo, ray tracing in Cyberpunk already looks, in most cases, pretty good. Even if we would turn off ray tracing completely, it would look pretty good. Like the difference you will see here, you see it a little bit that you see more green here on the street and so on. Like there is a difference if you compare it screen by screen. This is now again with path tracing, but it's usually very small. There are certain scenes where you can see it, and now the problem is when I prepared this for video, this was like 10 days ago. I forgot which save was what, but I think I remember this place here. There are certain, no, this might be. This is I think in the Delamain Taxi Central. There I saw a huge, a little difference that shows a bit the difference of using all the light sources. It's usually when you have stairs, because, yeah, this is the one, because stairs are very expensive. So if you now look, this place here I reached with no clip, so I flew through the wall. If I press G, oh, it's on very slow thing. Let me just do it a little bit faster. If I'm, you see, I have now no clip activated. I can clip through walls. You can't. You get here in a quest in the game, and it usually looks pretty good. You see, I only have 19 FPS here in this room, so that's a good point to say maybe we turn DLSS on for thing. We just put it on. Let's see if we can hit at least 30. Yeah, this at least helps us to hit 39. This is now with path tracing this scene. It looks pretty dense. You have the volumetric fog here and so on. And what you notice that there is a light source in this fan here, and you see the motion of the shadow here. It's in a low resolution. It's not ideal if you have this on a 4090. Which is a $2,000 graphics card, in case you want. It looks good. You can have it at 4K, and with a little bit of DLSS magic, you get like 60 FPS or something like that. Without it gets only like also 20 or something like this, just at 4K though. And yeah, you can definitely see this little effect. I hope I'm not wrong. But for example, if I now turn off path tracing again, you see the difference. You still have a light source behind this van for whatever reason, but you don't see the shadow moving. Actually, you don't see a lot of the shadows here in this scene. It still looks not bad, but if you are honest, it looks a little bit off in comparison. You also see that the hall is now much more bright in comparison. If we... I could even try turning off ray tracing completely, because if you turn off ray tracing, it still looks really good. See, you don't see that much difference, because often you also see my frame rate's now solid 60 FPS. You just see how expensive all the stuff is. You don't see the thing here moving. You also see that a lot of shadows are missing on this handrail. That's kind of interesting difference. If we now turn on path tracing, you will see the difference, and you also see the hit in the frame rate quite a bit. And you see how this. You see, it's not, the shadow is not that high resolution. It is because of the DLSS, I assume, and my relatively low resolution. It may be the system not handling it too well. Let me just, where's DLSS? Maybe turn it off. Just take the frame rate tanking here. It doesn't become much more crisp. I think I would need a higher resolution for that. But you definitely see the difference. You also see that the scene becomes darker because only the windows put light into the scene here. And there's a bit of light at the things here. Here's a little bit of light. Here at the doors light. But the other places suddenly become much, much darker in comparison. And this is basically what this path tracing does. In ray tracing, if you only activate ray tracing even on the highest setting Psycho, you still it still does not use all the light sources for calculating basically how bright certain spots are. Like you see here, it's pretty dark. If I now turn path tracing off again, it becomes much brighter in comparison. You see the difference, right? It doesn't look worse, but in some cases where the developers of Cyberpunk didn't, let's say, put in too much, not effort, but it sounds like this is no effort, but didn't put the extra amount of effort, it becomes very apparent. Here the scene still looks pretty good in my opinion, even though it is. But you ask yourself, where does all this light here come from? Like, there's just a window there that has a bit of light for whatever falling in. But that would not, you know, make the scene so bright. You could of course argue it looks maybe a bit better, especially it runs smoother, so there's this. But yeah, as soon as we put path tracing on, the frame rate is just tanking. Let me just put at least quality in. And you see that, yeah, all the scenes become much darker now. You also see, like, what I like is a bit that there's fog, and this becomes more foggy and so on. That's I feel like this scene has like a much cooler, more realistic feel to it, like of an old, what do you call this, warehouse vibe or something like that. You know what I mean? I hope you. I should not move that much around because the Twitch compression kind of adds a little bit extra to it. But believe me, on my screen it looks a little better than potentially on your screen here with restreaming this. And for people watching this later on YouTube, it will compress another time, so it looks even worse. But I find this very fascinating. Here you saw the smoke popping. But yeah. As said, I think the clearest difference is that you here actually see that behind the fan is a light source, and you see the fans moving. And if that is not happening because the ray tracing does not use all the light sources. Here you see, even though it's ray tracing and doesn't look bad, but you see it's not there. It's kind of cool. I think it's a really cool tech demo that we are living in a time where a video game is able to do a soft version of path tracing in real time, and it's playable. Like, though I'm down at 37 FPS or something like this, with DLSS. Without DLSS, we would be much lower. It's yeah, it's kind of cool to see that this is possible. I hope this is not too boring for people. It could be. We will switch later to more interesting stuff and playing games. But I thought it's such a cool technology thing that I found highly fascinating, I have to admit. Let me see if I find some other cool stuff that I can maybe show you the difference between path tracing and the other stuff. Oh, I have a very interesting. I'm not sure if I have the save. Oh, I have a save, but the question is where it is. No, that's all wrong. Yeah, it's pretty cool. DLSS is DLSS is really magic, kind of. It came out of nowhere in the past few years and makes such a difference in performance for people. Yeah, it's really insane what you can do here. This is an interesting case. It is a strange case because this room you can't enter without cheating. So I used again no clip, but it shows you a little bit the difference between path tracing and path tracing. What it I would say generally does in Cyberpunk, especially at night, it makes the game darker. Like we have a lot of areas that now become dark, and this scene is the same. It's pitch black. You don't see anything here in this room. You just see a black screen. Now let me, and this is fascinating, I found. This is, like I said, a room you cannot enter without cheating. Like you need, I have like a mod that allows me to fly around and clip through walls and stuff. Let me now turn off path tracing. We have now normal ray tracing on Psycho. And you will see, suddenly, light is bleeding into this room through this wall here. I'm not sure if you can really see it, but I think you can see it lightly, right? On path tracing, this room is pitch black. You don't see anything, not a shade. And this is the big difference between this. This is a bit of unfair comparison, to be fair, because this is a room that is not supposed to be entered by the player. It's, I don't know, in some warehouse, in a corner. Like I flew a lot through the game and tried to find places like this. If I now turn off ray tracing, I'm not actually sure how it looks. You see, it becomes even brighter, the room. Because there are some, I don't know, there's some light stuff bleeding through the doors. Like here, you see here's light. But where does it come from? This is like baked kind of into the game. Let me just press G. Here you see where we are. This is Totentanz, the Maelstrom. What do you call it? Club. And there's like a weird room here that you can enter. Yeah, the Maelstrom people. And this you usually can't open this door, but there's a room behind it. You can go into it. Oops. Okay, now I can't clip through walls anymore. But you see how suddenly how you can see something in this room. And this is kind of the difference. Like, there is no light source here that would explain where this light is coming from. And there are certain paths in the areas in the game where the developers have placed or baked these light cones into the game that make completely no sense. And this mode kind of fixes this if you have the performance or power to run this. Now if I put on path tracing again, you will see it's gone. There is no light bleeding, it's just a black room. You can't see anything here in this room, and that's how it should be. If I go into the Totentanz myself, like this, it also looks pretty cool, but it's a bit darker, I think, than usual. But it still looks not that different compared to how it would look without. Also, you see I have 15 FPS at times. Or 24. This is with DLSS. So this is more a mode if you don't have a 4090. It's just if you want to walk around and look at stuff, how beautiful it is. That's a mode for you, maybe. It's for gaming, it's not ideal. This is on 1080p. If we go on performance, you can maybe get a stable 46, 50 FPS or something like this. It becomes more playable here on if you put DLSS on performance. And it still looks pretty decent on performance, one has to admit. But yeah, even but you see, you just your graphics card and performance is just taking such a great hit here. If we turn off the stuff, you will see it becomes a bit brighter than before. See? Maybe it feels a bit more crisp. But this is a place that is specifically designed to look cool. So they put a lot of effort to make it look good in ray tracing mode. And even without ray tracing, this place looks kind of cool. Like they definitely made sure that the lights that you see here are somewhat correct. But so in areas like these, you won't see that much of a difference. You see here, for example, that now the light here is a little bit more precise compared to just standard ray tracing. Here and there. It becomes a bit darker and so on. So that's the main difference here. I think it looks a little bit better, but I think it's really hard to tell the exact difference here between this and the normal modes. Even on, if you turn off ray tracing completely, I'm kind of surprised that the game plays along so well doing that. It still looks pretty good. Like, this place is designed to look good. You see that the light is far less precise here. It's just some bright reflection on the ground. And yeah, this becomes a much more precise. Oh, photo mode we don't need. Here on this mode, you see the difference, right? It's not just a weird light reflection on the ground, but it actually considers the ground a little bit more. It's in the reflection that you already also see to some degree with ray tracing here in this particular shot. A little bit less, but you see the difference, right? And that's basically the biggest difference in little details like this, where lights and shadows become more precise, where you see more lights and shadows, like as we've seen with the fan and the warehouse and the handrail and so on with the shadow there. Stuff like this is what usually makes a difference. Another thing that looks already, yeah, here, that is another case. Like, you have to really find weird corners in the game to really learn or see the difference. And that kind of speaks for the developers of Cyberpunk, because they put so much effort into this game that it looks good on all the game modes. I'm not even sure if I'm still on path tracing here, if I'm honest. Am I? We are. No, it's ray tracing. So here you see this shadow here, these boxes here. You see that the boxes here are not like, these boxes are not casting shadows on these boxes. And if you are honest, it looks out of place as a result. Like, you look at the shadows, these boxes here, what is the button? These boxes here are okay, kind of. Here you have a light, so these should be brighter on this side. It's not the case though. But these boxes here look kind of out of place because they don't cast shadow on each other. Like, only the back side is black and darker, but the rest looks kind of weird. If we look this without ray tracing, oh, the performance boost, you even see that the back side isn't that dark anymore. And it looks off. It looks like a bit uncanny, you know? It looks, something's wrong with the light here in this particular scene. And now if we turn on our good old friend, Mr. Path Tracing, you will see that it looks much better. I hope it looks much better. You see? You see this side here is suddenly a little bit more bright due to this light. I think it's this light is a bit too directional for it. But you see that this box casts a shadow on this box. And this box casts a shadow on this box. And you also see here a little bit of light. This is... You just see it's more... what I mean with the light becomes more precise. I mean, to really... it's kind of funny that you have to look at boxes in a dark alley to make the differences, to see the differences between path tracing and not path tracing. Also, what I did, this is a mod. You see my character here running. Usually, you don't see your own character in reflections. I put in a mod that allows you to do this. And how the game does your character is, the camera where you look through as a player is where your head is. And so the head is not in the way. They make your head invisible. With appearance mod, you can toggle your head visible though. Of course, sometimes you need to press 2 times. Doesn't want to toggle the head. It's kind of strange. Maybe they fixed this. You can't toggle your head anymore. Really strange. I don't know. You could. It worked in the last patch. Maybe I need to update appearance mod or something like that. I'm not sure. No, I think it is the latest version. But this was a scene I found where it also becomes very apparent what this path tracing actually does in the game. Like, a lot of people might ask, what's it even doing? Well, as you can see, it makes stuff darker. Like, this corner is, I think, now also a bit darker. And you see, as mentioned, the shadow. Like, it becomes very apparent if I turn it off for a moment. See, this corner now is a lot more bright. In third person mode, it manages to toggle. I can't toggle V's head anymore. I don't know why that is. Run close. I don't see the head. No, I think it's there. Maybe not. I'm not sure. It's kind of strange. Pretty cool mod though. Because usually, I said you don't see your... Is there a place here? But yeah, this I found very interesting because here it becomes so apparent what it does. There's another scene with reflections. Okay, something weird just happened here. It's an autosave. Yeah, it's an autosave. That's not what I want to show. Let me see. What else did I find? There was another handrail. Maybe this place. Yeah, this place was also interesting to see. Maybe I should also show you the places on the map. But I don't know. So this is now... this is this place. Yeah. Here another handrail stair thing. And you see that the light is completely off. Like, this light source here completely makes this bright, but it ignores that there are objects in the way. Like, you don't see... Like, this staircase and the handrail doesn't cast a shadow here. And that's why the lighting here, in this particular corner with the water, feels completely off. Like, usually if you just run past it, you don't notice it. You really have to look out for these places, and often it kind of works. If we now turn on good old Mr. Path Tracing, you will see that it looks much better now. And it looks like right. Like, we also cast a shadow. I'm not sure. Do we cast a shadow or normal ray tracing? No, we don't cast a shadow. And little details like this, it's kind of makes it kind of more realistic. Suddenly we cast a shadow ourselves, even if we would not be here. You see, suddenly the water looks much better compared to before. Like, I think this scene here is one of the scenes where I felt, okay, this really looks better than before here. This particular section. This is where there's a Pan Am side quest. We are in this tunnel here, in case you wonder where we are. you get the Caliburn here, also the free Caliburn in this place here. This, by the way, interesting side story. I got raided here by Feine Katze 2021, I think it was, when we played through Cyberpunk on my playthrough. And I got raided with 1,300 people here. That was kind of sick. Like, that's why I have a very fond or very present memory of this particular place, because I was up the stairs, looked at my sightings, and wait, I have 1,300 people in chat. What's going on here? That was pretty cool. It was a really interesting day, I have to admit. Unfortunately, I don't have always 1,300 people in chat, but yeah, it was a pretty cool moment for me, I have to admit. Interestingly, I wasn't that nervous. Like, sometimes you could mean you get nervous or so, but when you do a lot of streaming stuff, it's like, yeah, if there are 5 people, hundreds people, or I don't know, chat can just become very busy. It's a problem. But yeah, enough talking here. You see that each stair of the case casts a shadow here, and that's like, let me just show again how it looks without ray tracing. And you see it's completely off, like it looks completely unrealistic. Yeah, the rocks have shadows on the backside, so where the light doesn't reach it first, but everything else is kind of ignored. And also the water it has a slight reflection, but even the water looks kind of off. You also see it's kind of weirdly clipped and so on. And that is so cool that you now have a mode in the game, if you have the performance for it, that completely fixes this. Like, it was also one of the scenes where you could see the difference. I could swear that the motorcycle isn't casting it. By the way, we also have our own lamp. Unfortunately, like, there's a mod, a flashlight mod. I don't know why the developers thought it would be an awesome idea to not have flashlights in the game. Let me just go to... No, it's here. Mods. I have a flashlight mod that's not by default in the game. But it's very helpful in places. This here does not cast shadows. I think the modder would need to... I would assume the modder would need to change something in how this light here is set up. I can... We could try it out, actually. There's an interesting free camera mod for this game. How do I reach it, though? It's a paid mod, though. And it's DLL injection. And then you can do some cool camera stuff. And what I found very interesting with this mod... I think it should be this one here. Problem, it can crash the game. And yeah, what you can do with this mod, I think it's this button here. No, it's game pause. Unpause, pause, unpaused. You can fly around. Here we see our headless V now. Now I'm basically in control of the camera of the game itself. Oh, I have to... Movement is locked, that's wrong. I think this is a button. Okay, it doesn't currently work, but what you can do with this... Wait, why doesn't it work? Maybe... No, it's there. It's also very funny how the... if you see your model using weapons, that's insanely funny. Like you... camera doesn't like doing this, I have to admit. But you see how weird it looks when your model does stuff. That's basically how it works behind the scenes. That's also kind of fascinating. Like, these are animations you usually never see from, because you see it from... They're designed to look good from the first person perspective. That's a funny one, isn't it? Like, your model completely deforms, and it's just designed to look good from I can't unfortunately turn around, but if I would be here, where are we? In this direction. Yeah. From here it starts to look normal again. That's basically how it is designed. That's an interesting point of technology, by the way. All games do this. It's not it's exclusive to Cyberpunk. There's one game that does not do it, and that is, interestingly, Star Citizen. Star Citizen has a very complicated, weird camera model where these character models do not deform. You even see my shirt is kind of doing weird stuff and so on. And Star Citizen does it so you can see other players aim and stuff from the third-person perspective. That is also a reason why multiplayer games have to kind of take precautions or mechanisms that you don't see the other player like this, where they completely deform. It's a very funny technological thing, but all single-player games do it like this. Unfortunately, I have currently trouble. Also looks so funny if your character walks back and forth. That might also be a reason why you don't see your own reflection in some places. It's kind of funny. However, that was not what I wanted to show you, people. See, this is how it looks normally. And the weapon. Like, it looks completely natural and normal, but your character does all kinds of weird transformation doing this. It's kind of funny. Look at the shoulders, it looks weird. And when I go back to the first person perspective, you don't see this, because you don't see the shoulders. That's also the reason why the head is invisible. I'm still curious why I can't toggle V's head on. Like, it worked in the last patch with this mod, and then you would see his hair at times, if you look up, and it's kind of funny. But you could at least see normally. You would not see his eyes or so, which would happen maybe in some other games. But yeah, it's really fascinating little stuff, how the magic behind the hood works. What I wanted to show, though, it's why I have this mod. If you press F2 in this mod, you can bring this up and you can create a light source. That is a pretty cool tool, in my opinion. And yeah, maybe we just try this out a little bit. Birchman, nice to see you. You bought a no, this is on a 3080. It's not on a 40 series. But if you don't crank the resolution up to 4K, you can play on a 3080. You see the frame rate currently? It's okay-ish with DLSS on performance, I think it is. So if you running, let me just create the light source here really quick. And then press F2 so I can show you the stuff. Currently we run on this, we have path tracing on, and I have DLSS, I think, on quality only. And in this particular area it kind of works. However, you see I got lighted up here a little bit. It looks pretty good, I have to admit. Like, look at this. Look at the hands. This is a light source that is normally not there. And I have a mod for Cyberpunk where I can basically inject into the camera. Yeah, path tracing, it's insane. I can show you, because Birchman, you support me here a lot. I'm happy to show you some differences if you haven't seen it too much. Oh, I have to press this button, I think. We just did a quick save. Yeah, what I wanted to do is stick camera to the thing here. And then you can move the camera around a little bit. See here. Just have to do edit. No, that doesn't work. Have to be a bit careful here with how the stuff works. There are some options here that, for example, the ray tracing parsing. Maybe we could experiment a little bit with this. What you can do is you can create a light source. I can also say make maybe a spotlight or so. Then there is a cane option, inner angle, outer angle. You can make it bigger, I think. Softness. I think the radius is the most important thing. you can like make a very big radius with a thing, and then you can turn up the light intensity and stuff like this. And yeah, a lot of options here with this particular mode. And then if I press this here, I can fly around. And for example, you see how bright it suddenly gets at certain places. I think we overdid the brightness here a little bit. The question is if it casts shadows. Oh yeah, you can inverse square for the fall off. You can also turn this off. It's very interesting what you can do with all the stuff. However, as said, there is a ray tracing option here. I'm not sure what it does exactly, or if it calculates the ray tracing correctly. Oh, wrong button. I have to go this, F2 maybe. Yeah, it now follows my thing here. Yeah, it seems to not. That might be the problem with modded light, that it doesn't use the that it doesn't interact with the path tracing correctly. This was just a thing I wanted to try, but it's still funny if you see your character do weird stuff like aim. Oh, where am I now? It looks really funny. Can I lock my position? No, it's input locked. This is position. No, I can't really lock the position too well here. But yeah, it's such a weird thing how this weird stuff here works, and how your character deforms in many ways. It's kind of funny. It's such a funny thing. This looks so good. I played Quake RTX and now Cyberpunk. Yeah, it's really impressive tech demo. Let me just remove the light. I just want to test something out here. Let me just bring everything back to normal. Is the light still bad, chat? Maybe I have to reload the scene or something like that. I'm not sure. But yeah, here you see the difference. Like, I'm not sure, Birchman, have you seen much of CP in ray tracing, in path tracing yet? If I now only activate normal ray tracing, you hear it's a really good scene to see the difference what path tracing does. You see here now the shadow from the staircase is completely gone, and it becomes here very bright. There is this light reflection. You can't really hear on the dark spot. You see it, but you see that this pond here is far too heavily lighted for whatever reason. You see some reflections in it, but it's not perfect for sure. Curious question of my side though is what happens if I completely deactivate ray tracing? Yeah, if we complete ray tracing completely, you don't even see reflection in the water. Though there are reflections there are the screen space reflections that the game has, but you don't see reflection. It's really interesting, like to see these like you have to really look out for the differences. This is now normal ray tracing. You still see the shadows is completely off, because this light doesn't cast shadows, like my other light that I just showed to you. And yeah, they updated the lights, I assume, with some settings and stuff, that when you activate this option, it now casts shadows, and now you see also the reflection. In theory, I should be able to see myself as well to some degree. Yeah, kind of works. But now you see that the stairs cast the correct reflection here. That's, in my opinion, one of the most impressive scenes for this. This light here is now off for reasons. I think it has to do with my light source that I placed. It's still there. First time? Oh, okay, Birchman. Yeah, nice to see. Also, I'm a bit sick, in case you wondered where I was, if you haven't seen it on Discord. I'm unfortunately caught a flu, and my voice is not fully recovered yet. So that's why I sound a little bit deeper today, and have to cough at times, maybe. Now is a good time for that. So yeah, unfortunately I'm still a bit sick, and that's why I can't stream that as much as I would want. I planned also a video on the gaming channel for that, but yeah, I can't voice record much, but I hope it gets better next week. But yeah, this is one of the scenes I found very impressive. I would say you sound a tad more German. Okay, that's funny. Maybe I haven't done any voice recording or streaming in like 10 days or so, or maybe 11, almost 2 weeks. Like I think next Wednesday it's two weeks. Unfortunately, this flu took me out of order for quite some time. Yeah, this scene here I have showed already. Here you also see the path tracing pretty well. For people who have seen the stream from the beginning, they already know this scene. But I think this is also a scene. This is in the Delamain headquarters. In case people wonder where this particular place is on the map, it's here. Geek old friends. I might some gigs that I don't have. Here's the V's apartment somewhere. Here's this big thing here in the middle with the roads, and the Delamain headquarters here, in case people want to find this scene. And here you see like how this fan casts shadows that move. If I put on only ray tracing, you will see the shadow is not there. Even on Psycho. And yeah, I think this is also a really impressive scene because it shows just how much more realistic. Like, it doesn't look bad on standard settings. Even without ray tracing, it looks pretty good, this scene. But with path tracing now, it just becomes more atmospheric, in my opinion. I had a bad flu a few weeks ago. Yeah, hope you're doing better, man. Like, I personally feel much better, like on a body level, but my voice is still complete trash. And like the past few days, I couldn't talk this long without coughing consistently. Today, I'm kind of happy that we're already talking for 1 hour straight without coughing too much. So that's good. But yeah, you see the difference. Like it looks so cool, in my opinion. Though the shadow has not the highest resolution, or let's say the path tracing here, because it's a low path tracing setting, but it still adds, like, if you see this, the fans here casting the shadow on this, that's so cool, in my opinion. You also see that this place here is dark, like completely dark, because there's only a little light here, and there's not much light going on. If you set this just even on normal ray tracing, you will see how this suddenly lights up. It's still dark, and maybe it's better playing wise because you at least see something, but it looks cool. This scene here won't look that much different on path tracing because it's one of the normal rooms that just look very cool with ray tracing as well. Like if I activate now path tracing, this is now with path tracing, you see it looks pretty much the same. I wonder if there's some of this like static. Yeah, some of the shadow stuff and light stuff is definitely added statically. But this now, and that is basically what it does, it uses all the light sources in the game. Wait, let me just goes through this headquarter a little bit. I'm not sure if I can enter, but I have yeah, this particular place here. That looks also pretty cool, I think. This is the Delamain thing. Like, without being in the Delamain mission, you can't enter this room anymore. I cheated a little bit. I said I can just clip through the ground. As you can see, I can fly around and do all kinds of funny stuff. Would be cool if there would be a button for switching, turning it on and off. You see, this room looks already cool with normal ray tracing. There's not too much difference. And it's a lot of these glamour rooms, or these rooms where they really wanted to show how cool stuff looks with ray tracing and stuff, and the shiny graphics. They usually, you won't see that big of a difference. This is how this room looks without ray tracing, and if you wouldn't pause the screen, you wouldn't even see the difference. Like, the game is beautiful in of itself, even without ray tracing, but or without path tracing. It's just a little extra that is added with this, and you really have to look out for it. I'm still sad though that the stuff. There was another scene I had prepared that I found very interesting. No, not this one. This one here. Also, I need a new tea. Of course, I forgot my tea water. That's not good. So this is now with path tracing. And you see how dark it here suddenly is. You have these candles here at the ground. Oh, that's kind of cute. This little image here. No future. So sad. Maybe this is like somebody died here, like a son of somebody or so. Like these cool atmospheric little environmental storytelling elements in Cyberpunk that I love so much. Like they put so much effort in so many places. It's kind of, like this is really a sad little thing, like a little what do you call it? Not a shrine, but yeah, a place to remember this person. I got to go in a sec. Okay, no problem, man. This scene here, with just ray tracing, you will see a huge difference already. It still doesn't look bad, but you see it's not as dark anymore because it just artificially lightens everything up. Like there is like some global light that they use, I assume, for ray tracing, and this is what you see, but it not always calculates correctly the shadows and so on. And yeah, that's also one scene that I've, in my opinion, highly improves. Like this is without ray tracing. You see, it becomes even brighter without ray tracing, and it makes completely no sense that it's so bright here because there's no light source down here except for this. So everything else should be completely dark, but it's not. You see, like here's the light source, this light over there, but it's just placed to basically lighten everything up. And then, yeah, in the path trace mode, it becomes far more atmospheric. It becomes like everything is dark. You only have this candlelight here. Like it's really a huge difference here in this particular context, in this particular scene. Like it's kind of cool to see. Here you see this is sky, and we have what daytime do we have? Let's look it up in the mod. Okay, it's 2050, but here it makes sense that it's becomes more lighted up, and you also see that these what do you call this? Oh, what English vocabulary, Chris? Gitter in English, in German. Bars or something, grid. Yeah. Lattice. Framework of structure of crossed wood or metal stripes. Lattice, is this correct, chat?
Lattice.
Lattice. Maybe like this, yeah. So these bars cast now a shadow here, and you have seen that this is completely gone. Now we go below this bridge or whatever that is above us, And you see it becomes dark because there's no light left anymore. And yeah, it's even on ray tracing, you will see that this here, see how different it looks here, like these lattice bars don't cast a shadow here. It becomes brighter here, and over that becomes dark, so the global illumination from the sky is kind of correctly used here and becomes darker here in this particular place. But the light doesn't drop off as good as it could, and it's not fully correctly calculated. So yeah, there's unfortunately this, and this looks just so much, even though you don't see a thing. That's why we have our little flashlight tool here for this particular. This is, by the way, a really cool mod in my opinion. Problem is just setting it up right, because I feel like the flashlight is now a bit too bright for this particular place. Maybe that's better. Could even go down a notch here. Yeah, that's maybe better. I don't know why they didn't add a flashlight by default into the game. Very strange in my opinion. It would be so cool if the flashlight though would cast shadows. Unfortunately, the modded flashlight does not do that. I hope the modder maybe updates it or so. Maybe that, I'm not sure it's possible. But here you also see the bars with these particular shadows here. It's already very dark, but you have these casts here and so on. Like it's pretty awesome. There was another place I found where I felt like, okay, that looks much cooler on path tracing. But I said, if you can run this decently, maybe I can also, I'm not sure, we maybe exit to main menu for that. You can run this without DLSS on 720p. That is definitely possible. Then you can use path tracing without DLSS and still get a decent frame rate. Settings, video. It's 720p now. It will scale up for you people, I assume. Ignore the Resident Evil background, it's just a screenshot. Maybe I just turn it off. Fortunately, yeah, it would now be something like this, resolution-wise. And with this you can turn DLSS completely off on a 3080. And let me just show you the result. We can just run the benchmark real quick. And we don't have to do stuff. There's like in the graphic options you can press B or click on benchmark. Then you have a little sequence where it shows up. It's during day though. We can go there because it's a pretty cool scene. It's close to Jackie's, the bar of Jackie's mom, Mrs. Wells. I wouldn't say it's perfectly frame rate, but we got 44 FPS and we have, keep in mind, we have DLSS now deactivated. Yeah, this is pretty cool, the reflection in the little water piece there. It looks really good, like the lighting in this game is just so gorgeous, especially at day, or even at night, but also at day. I think we look up in a moment and the demo's already ended, the benchmark thing here. Yeah, we got 48.28 FPS here. in the average measurement here of this. You can see we have DLSS not enabled. The resolution though is just 720p, so HD ready resolution. But yeah, if you don't mind that or so, or use it full screen in full screen mode so it adds up or whatever, you can use this and get a pretty stable frame rate without DLSS. Let's go to settings really quick. If I now put on quality, you can do the same benchmark again. You will see we might reach even 60 FPS. So it is definitely playable on a 3080 graphics card, which is still a very expensive graphics card. I don't know what you would pay currently for it. Maybe, I'm not sure. I paid around about 1,000 euros for it when I bought it. Currently you get it maybe for 700, 800, something like that. But it's not produced. Nvidia wants to sell their new graphics cards, which are far more expensive. Too expensive in my opinion, but that's a different topic. But you see, we get steady 60 FPS. I have the game locked at 60, I think, for streaming reasons. Because for recording, I don't need more frames than that. And at 720p, this is a pretty solid experience with path tracing activated, you have to keep in mind. It's pretty nice, but it's not ideal. If you want to see this in 4K resolution with DLSS on quality or something like this and get around about 60 FPS, you need a 4090, like a 2,000 euro or dollar graphics card. Just ridiculous, but it's also quite powerful. I have to give Nvidia that their products are very powerful and impressive, but the price is just, yeah, I don't know, like we got round about 50 FPS, 60 FPS. Pretty decent. So it is playable. This was now only on quality. We got 41 or what we got on without DLSS. That's okay in my opinion for this strange path tracing mode here that we currently use. See, path tracing is enabled. Though I have to admit, it is cooler to have a decent resolution as well. And with DLSS on performance, you can play at 1440p if you don't want to have consistent 60 FPS, like we say, just walking around looking at buildings and stuff and dark corners and see how beautiful now the lighting is. You can definitely go 1440p on a 3080 with DLSS on performance. That is possible. Let me just get my graphics settings back to 1080p at least here for this stream here. As that, maybe check my my gaming YouTube channel as soon as my voice is better and I can record stuff again, voice record stuff. I will make a dedicated video in a higher resolution with less compression and stuff for YouTube, so you can maybe see how this works out. But I was worried that it would not run at all on a 3080, but it does. Of course, as said, at this resolution you need quality, or if you want to have 60 FPS, 50 to 60, yeah, 60 we won't hit often 60, but let's say around about 50 FPS you get path tracing going with this setting and get a decent frame rate in my opinion. Let me just see if I find another interesting place here. There was only this one building, I think it's this here. There's this one building in the game where you see, that's a glass building, you see like a lot of reflections on the outside. I think it's this safe game, yeah, it's this one here. You see 55 FPS here in this particular area. There's a lot of reflection here. It looks almost a bit unrealistic, I have to admit. It feels like it's not fully loaded as well. Yeah, you see it's slowly building up the stuff here. Maybe I need to restart the game or so. It looks really off. Or it's just simply too much stuff going on. But yeah, you see, we see ourselves here in the reflection. What is the setting that we currently have activated? But you see the reflection even on the ray tracing. I'm just kind of curious why it looks so weird. Let's make a quick save. Let me just restart the game really quick. I'm back in a moment, chat. Oh, I should also update the thing here. Let me just start the game again. Maybe that fixes the problem. It's an experimental mode. You have to keep this in mind. It's, I assume, not intended to make a complete playthrough through the game with this path tracing mode. But it works even on a 38. I mean, it's still a pretty good card. Don't get me wrong, but yeah. In case people wondering, if it is possible, okay, now it looks a bit better again. We see a bit more crispness here and there. Here's the building. Yeah, maybe the switching back and forth between graphics settings, the game doesn't like it too much. This is now ray traced. You don't see too much difference here. If I now activate path tracing in a moment. Nah, here, this scene here, it doesn't like it too much. Too many reflections, I think. But you see, we can see ourselves here in the window. That's kind of cool. We don't have a head. That's interesting, strange. Shouldn't it be back at 1080? Oh, I forgot to scale it up again. Thanks for the hint. I didn't scale the video up. Didn't scale. I made, how to explain it? In OBS, if I change in borderless window mode, I change the resolution. It still doesn't change the size of the game capture thing. So to show you the difference between the resolution 720 and 1080p, I had to make the window manually smaller in OBS, and I forgot to make it big again, even though the resolution is now 1080p again. But yeah, this is one of the scenes you see a problem. There's also an interesting, there's some interesting effects here at times at the distance as well. Let me just see if we can get these head to work again. No, I don't know why it doesn't work anymore, this particular mod here. Yeah, now we see these head. See, now my head is here. Unfortunately, it doesn't work first person. I don't know why that is, chat. I can't tell you. It worked. Like I said, there was a hotfix a few days ago for Cyberpunk. And I had to update all the mods again. Like the modders have to update with the base mods, like here, this one here, Cyber Engine Tweaks, is a very important mod for Cyberpunk. They had to upgrade this here completely. And they were very fast again. And updated all the mods. I assume that some of the stuff still maybe needs a little bug fix or so. Very unfortunate. That was also like a problem for recording the video, because the mods weren't there yet. But yeah, here you can see your own reflection, which is usually missing. This is a mod, by the way. It's a very easy mod. You have to basically add an INI file in a certain folder, and there's a certain thing you have to basically add to it, and then the game calculates your own reflection as well, but you won't see your head without this mod here. Like, currently, unfortunately, it doesn't work, but it worked in the previous patch. Oh, now it works, chat. See? We have a head. Yeah, now it works, chat. I don't know what fixed it, but it's now working. You see V's head here in the reflection. You see this because when I look up, I see my hair. That's the reason why your head is toggled off, because your haircut interacts with the camera. And the game just solves this by turning your head invisible. Now it works. Cool. That's basically how it works. What do you call it? Behind the hood. I know. I don't know. In German we have the saying unter der Haube. When we say how it works behind the scenes. I don't know how to call it. You know what I mean. I had a mod thing activated. That is, I don't need. We can maybe activate the camera inject again. Maybe the camera inject killed it, I'm not sure. But yeah, this is really interesting. Maybe I'll link some of the mods I'm using in the thing, but you see, here the head is gone. Unfortunately. And now I can't... Did it work? Yeah, it worked. Now, if we fly out, here we see my V. I have male V with a mohawk. And now you see his head. It's not perfectly, you see you can look through this here. But it doesn't need to be perfect because you don't see V from this perspective rarely. Now this is how you go faster. Could do pretty cool stuff with this, in my opinion, flying out with the camera a lot. Maybe record this or so. But yeah, it's pretty nice to have these mod probabilities. That's definitely an advantage for the PC version, I feel, over consoles and so, because you have just so much cool stuff you can do with mods in this game. It's pretty nice. Let me just turn my head off because the wiggling when you walk is a bit annoying. Unfortunately, I can't turn this off on the fly, which is a bit unfortunate. Let me just... But yeah, here you see V's reflection in the water. And usually you wouldn't see that. And I think it adds a little bit to the game, even though the head is adding. That's why I like the mod for it. I just paused the game. That's not what I want to do. It's also cool that you can pause the game with the mods and so on. Here you definitely see if these vehicles like this one. Look at the reflection of the light in the ground. It has like... I'm not sure if you can see it, but it has a weird, interesting way of rendering it. When this car is driving, maybe we keep ourselves. I hope the traffic light goes on green in a moment. But look at the reflection of the light in the ground. It has this weird thing going on. I think it might be the game a bit too slow of rendering it real time. Like, there's some trickery that Cyberpunk has to do to make this impressive technology work. Speaking of work, what graphics mode do we have currently? Okay, we have path tracing activated. We're on quality, so in case people wonder. DLSS quality, path tracing. You see what I mean with the light? It looks really weird. But it works, and it's, as a result, very impressive. But you see that the reflections due to my graphics card not being fully able to render all of this, like the reflections have a very low resolution. Maybe if I turn off DLSS it becomes a bit better. But then the frame rate tanks heavily, but... Yeah, you see the ground has some weird effects. This is a limitation. I assume on a 1490 this looks much better. And more crisp, because you can run it at a higher resolution. And the game has less trouble rendering all of this. So, for this I feel here in this particular scene, normal ray tracing would look better than actually path tracing. Well, it's pretty similar. It looks like, but you see, it's a bit more crisp now than it was before. Do I have DLSS activated? Chat, I forget the settings all the time. Sorry for going to the options menu so often, but yeah, for the showcase here, that looks pretty cool as well. Look at this. I've never noticed this particular thing. Maybe we make a save here. Just very interesting to see this. I assume this is a post-processing effect though. It looks very weird here in this particular thing. Looks better on ray tracing, I think. It looks now not that crisp anymore, you know what I mean? Looks a little bit unsharp. Maybe it probably has to do with not enough frame rate. No, this kind of fixed it, I have to admit. Fortunately, there are no people walking here for whatever reason. But yeah, there in the background you see the person walking. Very interesting. How does this look without ray tracing at all? No, it's the same effect. I assume it might be a post-processing effect. Most likely. It looks cool though, I have to admit. Let's turn path tracing on again. But yeah, like I said, here in this particular scene, the game really struggles a little bit with path tracing and getting crisp reflections. It looks a bit off at times. If you don't move much, it looks better. Actually, here it's better, kind of. But yeah, this is also, you have to keep in mind. Excuse me. You also have to keep in mind that, like, this is like a standard scene basically, and here it simply looks very good anyway. If we go to, let's say, what daytime is good for this? Let's say 15 something. That's also a thing I like. You can change the daytime in the options menu. I think it's age, skip time. You can do this here as well. With a mod, you can do this in real time and see what actually changes with the sun, which is, in my opinion, pretty cool.
Shit.
Because V gets his relic malfunction detected a lot of times. Here, when we turn path tracing on again, you also see like that these shadow casting here looks a lot better now. At least a little bit. Here you see this weird effect of little dots not fully calculating. If I look out of the picture and scroll here, it needs a moment to calculate this correctly. Looks a bit weird. You see the little dots moving around on this. This is like a limitation, I think, of my graphics card. But I know this from like in ancient times when you did ray tracing in 3D rendering programs, where you didn't do this in real time, and it took like 5 to 10 minutes to calculate one image. I also noticed when I think the ray count isn't high enough, then you see these weird artifacts on objects at times. And sometimes it can look kind of cool, but Yeah, sometimes it looks also off like here. But yeah, the stuff looks pretty cool. We can maybe fly around a little bit. Probably need to reduce the speed though. Here you see like the reflection not always having the highest resolution on this. Like the game has to make some compromises here and there. You see this image here also reflected correctly in this thing. Let me just hope he doesn't drive away. Let me just turn off. Oh, let me turn off ray tracing for a moment. And you see here you don't see this reflection anymore. In ray tracing you should still see it though. Yeah, here see the reflection. So yeah, it becomes, the reflections also become more precise. Sometimes the reflections also work without ray tracing pretty well, but not always like here. But it's so cool to see this technological stuff. So nice to see. And as I said, a lot of places look simply in of itself pretty good. Like I would assume if I turn off path tracing here, it still looks pretty similar. Like I didn't see much of a difference. Maybe the shadows are now more precise with path tracing on the people standing here around. Yeah, a little bit. Shadows look a little bit better, I have to admit, with path tracing here as well, which is to be expected. But even without ray tracing at all, you see they don't cast shadows here, or not, like a very simple shadow now. Looks a little bit off in comparison now then when you really look out for these spots. Your in-game performance now is like 5,000 times better, but yeah, with path tracing and everything, you see small nuances like this shield here also making this a little bit more blue and so on compared to the concrete here. Yes, it's so cool. Like it's so many small details, but it simply looks less off. You know what I mean? And even though even if you turn this off, it still looks pretty good. Like, don't get me wrong, but it's just nice to see. It's just so nice to see how this kind of works. Can we maybe find some object that has a bright color and get a good lighting? Okay, that is too slow. Let's maybe fly somewhere. Here's pretty bright, that's good. Maybe we find something cool here. I'm looking a bit for these infamous bouncing lights. Currently don't see them. And what is interesting, a little difference here in this particular scene, if you look, let me just get a weapon out. Look at this shadow here that it casts here. It looks kind of correct. But for example, this bottle here, I think doesn't cast a shadow. A very light one only. Maybe not unrealistic considering the angle. No, doesn't change anything. Seems to be correct. No, this doesn't cast a really detailed shadow though. That's interesting. Can we look at this from closer. Well, look at this, it even reflects, like, okay. I think this didn't reflect the last time. Let's go to normal ray tracing. This was path tracing, this is now normal, okay. Yeah, here it doesn't reflect, that is interesting to see. Well, it reflects a little bit at least. I assume because this bottle is considered transparent lightly, I assume that's why it doesn't cast too much of a shadow here. Only this part here of the bottle, the top part, seems to cast a shadow here. Quite interesting. Now here it also casts, but now the other side isn't dark anymore. I assume it has to do with the light bouncing from this container back to the back side of the bottle. It's a bit darker than the front side, might be really more realistic than in this case. This is potentially a case of bouncing light and you see more reflection. Also something just flew through these, yeah, the ship flew through it and we got a short shadow going on. That's so cool. Do we have... Also, I'm just wondering, on ray tracing, do we have a shadow? Yeah, we have a shadow on ray tracing. What is interesting in this shadow, you see, we have a hat. And my character wears a hat. If we go out on of the character, you will see he has no hat though. So they had to kind of... yeah, it's very interesting how the shadow is rendered then. If I toggle my hat, yeah, that now it works again. I don't know what fixed it. We can just toggle third person camera here. Toggle V's head. You see I have a hat now, but my character model outside doesn't wear a hat. It's kind of fascinating. Fortunately there's no reflecting here. Here's a reflection thing. I probably need to fly around though to see it. You see my reflection also doesn't have a hat, but the shadow has a hat. That's kind of interesting to see. I mean, to be fair, like, this is not a criticism or anything. This you can't do normally in the game. It's just very interesting to see your own reflection and shadow not matching up perfectly. But this is, like I said, how the stuff works inside the game. But I have to say, also these palm trees, like, they look so good in the sun. I would assume, though, they also look good at without... Oh, this was without path tracing even. This is now with path tracing. Not too much of a difference. Curious how this looks without ray tracing. Still looks good. So what do we learn from this? Seems CD Projekt Red is pretty good at making palm trees in the light. Like, it looks so cool. It's also nice to have 60 FPS at times instead of 5. No, instead of 30 or so. I would also assume, if we now turn on path tracing again, that this area in front of us here becomes far more... Oh, that's also an effect that I noticed when I turn on path tracing. I assume I'm running out of video memory for it. Or... No, I have path tracing is deactivated right now. Same as ray tracing. Let's turn it on and see. I think it becomes darker now, this area. Not really. So here the difference between the thing is not that big. You see that these models here, the faces are not fully loaded. Sometimes it fixes itself. Maybe if I turn off and load the scene again. Let me just go to the main menu really quick. That is the thing I noticed when I turn on path tracing. I could imagine it has to do with either my computer not being able to keep up with the data that it has to process, and then it struggles upgrading the low-level detail models to the actual close distance models. Maybe it has to do with I only have 10 gigabytes video RAM on I have a 10 gigabyte 3080, the cheap one, if you want to call it like that. Should be fixed. Yeah, now her face is normal again. It happens at times. I'm not sure what causes this exactly. I assume it has to do with my hardware. I mean, it could also be the game, but I don't know. Oh, this also with path tracing now. Okay. Let me just check something again. Oh yeah, sometimes reloading. Yeah, his face is not loaded fully. We will see this from time to time. Now these things here are better loaded though. Interesting. Now this scene here, it seems like currently game has pretty little problems with path tracing. Like we have a good frame rate, except for some of the people's faces are not loaded. Okay, her face at least is somewhat loaded. Faces also, I feel like with additional shadow of hair, look often better if your graphics card can keep up. Sometimes you see these weird artifacts on them in the lighting, like here at times when you move this. But as said, this is put. I think if you have a 4080 or 4090, it looks better. Because it can process this stuff much better. I assume simply the 3080 is not ideal for this particular mode. But yeah, we looked a lot of the other stuff I showed you was a lot of night stuff. Now we can see a bit of the glory of the game at daylight, which in my opinion also, like, I feel like CD Projekt really nailed the feeling of the warm sunlight in this game a lot. It's very bright, but maybe it's a bit too bright. It might be a case. Is my flashlight still activated? No, it's not. Maybe too bright, but I don't know. You almost can imagine how warm it must feel when you walk around here. Like, I think they did a good job. Might be people think it's a bit too bright or so. But, yeah, I don't know. The sun is deep enough and bright enough. You can imagine a scene like this. Maybe the thing is a bit too reflective. And we could also visit the scene from the benchmark. Let me teleport there really quick. Appearance mode is pretty awesome. It has a lot of useful tools outside of changing appearances. And if I remember correctly, somewhere here's a door. This is a bathroom, I think. Bathroom. No. There's a back door where you can leave this place. That's wrong. It's not a door. Here, exit. You can leave this place. I also have a mod in that has different qualities for food. That's why this is shown as blue is, I think, rare. And so on, so in case people wonder what's going on there. Yeah, and here's a scene where the camera flies over. At the beginning. And we can't really emulate it well. But really a bit messy here. I have to hold down Alt, I think, to make it move faster. If I'm honest, I could do it with the other mode, then I might have the speed for it. Not sure how much speed we will need. That's definitely too fast. Should have put in the controller. Where am I now? Okay, chat, I screwed up. I think here? Yeah, here it is. And then you kind of know, fly through here and, I don't know, see the beautiful palm trees in the sun. Pretty nice. I have to admit, flying around the city is also kind of interesting. Of course, you also see that some places, like this, you can't stand on and so on, because you're not supposed to be up here. But, like, it's just decoration. It's not, you can just walk through it. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to see this kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. This was basically my little showcase for Cyberpunk. I'm not sure if I have another interesting save scene to watch. Probably it's a dark place with some boxes in the corner. Yeah, I think this was like another case. It's not that interesting, to be honest. Like there was a woman in a booth, a little selling thing, in German would say kiosk, and you see it's now very dark inside her booth. I think this should be the path tracing option activated still. And yeah, if we turn it off to ray tracing, you see it's much brighter now all of a sudden. It still doesn't look wrong or bad, but as said, a lot of times what the path tracing does is it removes how the game lights stuff and makes it more realistic, and then stuff becomes much darker. Like you can't even see her hair. I can use my flashlight here to change this a little bit. Flash. It's hard to say word for me. Maybe makes 20 or so. Yeah, see. Now we can see her. She has red hair. If we turn this off, we can't even see this. So yeah, little details like this definitely. Oh, it's also interesting if the stuff spawns in. Oh, graphics. Let's turn the path tracing off and see. Like, in scenes like this, even with ray tracing, it just looks gorgeous. Like you won't see that much of a difference. You just walk through the street, drive maybe around with your car. What car do I have selected? Where's my car? Okay, we have the Kusanagi, the motorcycle. Here it is. This they still haven't fixed that sometimes the cars spawn slightly in the ground. Very strange. Here we also have like, wait, we have the neon rims mod, also pretty cool mod in my opinion. And we can just make the tires glow red, which is fitting to the motorcycle a bit more in my opinion. Well, we can even change the intensity. It's interesting. And that's as red as I can turn this thing here. I mean, that looks a bit better. Oh, I'm not sure what. I think I have to clear save lights. I'm not sure how this works. Something like this. Now we have red rims. With E, they added this. Thank you, Mr. Truck. With E, you can turn it on and off in case you didn't know. Like you don't have like a horn. And you can drive around. This now with normal ray tracing. It won't look much different in path tracing, I can tell you that. It will just tank the frame rate more. You see a little bit of reflection on the ground if we get very close to it. Bonk. It becomes more apparent, of course, if you turn the daytime to evening. I would love to have like a little weather modification. That would be pretty cool. Like you can change the different weather types. There's a mod that spices the weather cycle up a little bit. I know that, but I think you can't control the weather. But it's pretty nice to see your motor cycle reflection here on the ground and so on. Here also we see third person and V with the head. Kind of interesting to see. Might be a modding limitation as well, that you can't turn on V stuff here. Let me see, where could we go? Where are we even? Now we are down here. Where we can go, I don't know. Is this Jig Street? Yeah, I think it is. We have to go into the other direction. Maybe we could just teleport there, would be probably faster. I think that's faster. Even though driving around is fun. Let me see, Jig Street. Where could this be? Oh, that is on the statue. Not sure if that's a good hotel room, Joy Toy. I think we take the Joy Toy teleport, because that puts us in the middle of it. The statue's teleport puts you on this giant statue, which is where do I have to go for? I think here. Yeah, this giant statue. The teleport puts you on top of that. I'm actually curious if I press teleport, if it just teleports me up there. No, it loads. But yeah, now we are on the statue here. In case you wonder why I didn't use this. It's interesting that the statue has a reflection, so we can see what's going up above us. Oh, interesting. We don't see this light thing here in the reflection. It's maybe out of range, even though we have path tracing activated. But yeah, here we can just fly down really safe. Might also be a case to maybe go back to the main menu real quick and load the into the thing back. Let me just get something to drink real quick. I need a new tea. Yeah, just let you watch the street in a moment. Just go back to the main menu and load again. So you can see how stuff looks in path tracing. But it looks pretty gorgeous, I have to admit. Like, the lighting in the game is now really on a very high level. And it's just a preview mode. Can we jump down here? Oh. Have to do it like this. Also a really cool mod in my opinion. Not sure if it works here everywhere. But I can okay. Maybe I haven't maybe it's not activated? No, it is activated. Like by default I could not talk to this vendor and buy stuff from the vendor. I have a mod installed that makes most of these vendors interactable and they sell stuff. I haven't shown why they didn't do this in the main game. It would also be cool to sit down here. I think there's even a mod for that as well. Usually they sell just some food or so, but there are enough items in the game, so why wouldn't they do stuff like that? Let me just maybe turn Mr. DLSS off. No, it's not in quality. You can also turn it off. This will see the frame rate will now tank. Like this place here, we have 8 FPS only. This is when you turn DLSS off on 1080p in a place where there's a lot of stuff going on. Like the game suddenly has a lot of trouble keeping up with the frames. So I just get a cup of tea. Back in a moment. Okay, Jed, I'm back, sorry. It was kind of strange that this here was so heavily on the lighting. I'm not sure what caused that. Now it's normal again. Kind of strange. Oh, 20 FPS, that's... yeah, it stutters quite a bit. Oh, we can't talk to him, that's unfortunate.
Show me the range.
No, you can. You can buy the Samurai Tour t-shirt, that's cool. It's quite expensive, I have to admit. Still curious. This guy made bank. How does the jacket look? No, we don't have a jacket. Interesting. Not sure what I usually use jacket for. I think this thing here. You know, I'm just curious. Can we read the data on the back? Kind of. Night City. State Line. San Diego. Detroit. Boston. It's pretty cool. UK. Oh, there's even other countries. Oh, it's Belgium, not Germany. So there was a DE somewhere. Oslo, Norway. Beijing. Oh, there, DE Berlin. It's in Berlin. Okay, makes sense, I guess. Interesting. It's so cool that you can actually read the stuff. So let's pause. Hold on. Let's turn on DLSS so we get actual something that is resembling a frame rate. But yeah, this plays even without DLSS, without path tracing. It would look pretty good. It's simply a pretty decent looking place. Is there any place, chat, you want to maybe check out with this? Let me know. Like I said, I might make it more focused and so on video for the main channel with this, with a better resolution. As soon as I'm able to talk a little bit better again. No, you haven't played yet, so you don't know any places. Makes sense. Is it a game you are interested in, Bibzuda? Also, I forgot which button I have it on. There's a very funny mod in this game, which I found somewhat hilarious. Yeah, I have it. I was just waiting till all is fixed. Not sure how it is now. I would say it's in a acceptable shape. It's not perfect yet, to be fair, but I think compared to release, it works much better. And it's still, in my opinion, one of the most gorgeous games out there right now. Let me just do funny stuff in the game. You also have, if you have it on PC, you have a lot of mod options that kind of, in my opinion, improve the game quite a bit. Nah. I forgot which button was it. Which button is it, chat? It's this button. So there is a funny mod. It's called, I don't know, force push or something like that. Which, how is it called? Don't want to tell people in case people want to know the mod. Push NPCs, it's simply called, and you can basically bind on a button to push people around. It's kind of funny. It's just for pure boringness. And I don't know, I just found it funny to push NPCs around. Oh, it doesn't work when I push a button. I have to stand for it to work. What is even more funny though is when NPCs are standing around like this person and you get a little bit below the NPC and then you can just push him in the air. It's kind of hilarious. Ouch. It's really hilarious. What is also funny in the NPC spawning routine, I played around with this a little bit. This NPC might spawn again and you see him here at some point. Especially NPCs that do like an action, like interacting with this thing here, for example. Like he, for example, does stuff with it. As said, due to the path tracing, sometimes the stuff is not loading fully. That's why the NPCs at times look a bit strange. That is usually not happening. I think that has to do with the path tracing and my video memory running full. But I think that it's kind of hilarious to do stuff like this. It's still, yeah, a funny little mod. Same as a flashlight, you see how bright it is at times. Very cool thing. There's another very useful mod, flying around if you have already played through the game is kind of funny. Because you can just check how the game looks. Let's go to full warp speed here. This can make you can die here because there's some death zones between some buildings. So you have to be a bit careful where you fly to. Let me see. But it's pretty nice if you fly around, just look at the street, at the place here from above and so on. It's pretty cool in my opinion. Just to see how Night City looks from top. And how everything works. Here, this is what I was looking for. There's a really cool mod that allows you to use the monorails. Here, you can use the metro or this monorail thing and go through the city by using a train. I showcased this in the past already at some point. Isn't this here where V is living? I think it is. And there should be, first of all, we have now frame drops, but because everything have to load in again. Somewhere here you can, there's an elevator and then you can get up and drive with a monorail. I forgot just where it is. I think here it is. I hope it works. I hope this is the elevator thing. This is a mod. This is not default in the game. You see it now. Here comes a loading transition. It puts you into another elevator. That's how they had to solve it to get you to these places. And then you are here, and then this monorail thing here is coming. And you can enter it, and then... I forgot which button is switching seats. Is it E? I think it's Q, yeah. Then you can even be inside. And with mouse wheel, you can switch the seat. Say where you want to sit. And you can look out of the window. It sounds boring, but I think it kind of adds to the game, in my opinion. Like, it makes the game feel more alive. I like this quite a bit. Unfortunately, the thing is always empty. There's a weird light source inside this. So maybe we turn off path tracing for the time being. That might fix it. No, not fully, but it's okay. It's a pretty cool mod in my opinion. Like, I find it impressive that this is even moddable in the game. I have to admit. And then, yeah, you can get out of this thing and just move away, wait for another one that goes somewhere else. And so on. Like, I don't know why this is not in the main game. It also works pretty decently. Excuse me, I had to cough. It works pretty decently, I think, as well. And the monorails are in the game, even these carts are in the game, but you can't enter them and drive around. I would find it cool if you had people here inside the thing as well. That would be pretty neat, in my opinion. Unfortunately, that's not the case. We turn the path tracing on again because it's a path tracing demo, but yeah, it's pretty nice to move around. Like, I would have found it, considering how much fun I had going around the city using just driving around and so on. It's such a shame that you can't use like this immersive way to go to the street, like using these stations here and go back and forth. Like, I would have loved seeing this here in the main game. But yeah, unfortunately, luckily we have modders that are very cool and build in a lot of stuff into the game. And as a result, we have access to all of this cool stuff here. Unfortunately, as said, some models don't load incorrectly. That has potentially to do with my graphics card hitting its limits with the path tracing mod, but as said, even without path tracing, this would not look much different. As said, it's just certain areas in the game that now are correctly lighted that weren't correctly lighted before. Usually some dark areas and so on. That's the main difference. But I really love running around this place here and see people doing stuff. This is Valentino's, right? Yeah. In Valentino area. And several different gangs in the game. I even like the gunplay of the game quite a bit. The police system is still not there where it should be, if I'm completely honest. And yeah, also just driving around in your, I don't know, sports car or whatever you want to use. Let's use our Caliburn because it's the fastest car in the game. They patched this. Originally you could get this car very early in the game for free. You can still get it for free, but it's relatively late. And yeah. Just driving around is kind of fun. Does it feel so immersive? You see how the ground does weird stuff here at the end. I assume this is also to do with limitations of my graphics card not being fast enough to process the distance here. I think here we go to this abandoned place here. There's the roller coaster. Who are they fighting though? Oh, scavs.
I'll pull it together for fuck's sake!
There's the other person. Just wondering. Huh? Heard somebody. There's another one. There's another person. Oh gosh, that was close. I think path tracing was activated. So yeah, even fighting works with path tracing. You see when you shoot that it lights up the area. I think that was the case before as well. It might now look a little better. Let us look from outside to maybe evaluate this a little bit better. I can't pull the trigger now. I can. Okay, it doesn't look too special if I'm honest. Not sure where I'm aiming it. Oh, the reason why it looks so strange is because I'm aiming into this direction, and the shot goes where the my crosshair is. See? Kind of funny. My character isn't moving. That has to do with this weird mod that disconnects the camera from the character. This is the other gun I have. I should have aimed somewhere where it's cooler to see or so, I don't know. I'm not even sure if you can see. The bullet in the reflection. But I don't see my character. Yeah, you see it slightly. Very slightly only. You only see the starting thing. Kind of interesting. It looks kind of funny if you see the character like this. As said, it's not intended to unlock the camera from your characters. It's a mod, but yeah, it's pretty cool. This looks pretty cool, I have to say, with the reflection of the palm tree in this here. Pretty nice. And as said, this is path traced. I would though argue if we turn it off, just normal ray tracing, it still would look great. Interestingly, here it feels like the palm tree is now less precise in the reflection though. But you see the difference isn't that big. It's a bit darker on if you activate path tracing here, as always. Like stuff becomes more precise and a bit darker. No, this is path trace, yeah. Palm tree looks better now in the reflection. Pretty nice though. I have to admit, what time do we have here? It's still locked. Maybe, wait. Yeah, I have US keyboard activated, that's why circumflex doesn't work anymore. What time do we have? We have 2 in the night. Maybe we can get it a bit darker.
Ah, shit.
We can maybe check how it looks at, I don't know. There's no, it doesn't reflect at the daytime, that's unfortunate. This is how it looks in daytime. Also pretty nice, I have to admit. I kind of like palm trees.
Oh shit, not good.
And yeah, if we go into the night again, I think it won't get much darker than this. Yeah, in this tile, it's like the light pollution, but it looks so cool. This is also from the style more Blade Runner-esque now, though the excuse me, I had to cough. The game is, I feel like, more inspired from William Gibson's like Neuromancer and Burning Chrome and so on. I guess more often the style, but this visually here looks more Blade Runner-esque. I have to admit, which is pretty cool. I love Blade Runner, and it's so nice to just see the city from above and so on. We have these mega complexes here, like they're also numbered. This is 2, this is 3. We live in either 1 or 11. I forgot. I think we need be a bit faster here. Let's go 20. Hope I don't die, because there is a way to die. I also found out that there is a place with this one here. This is very Blade Runner-esque, with the fire coming out of this, but it was not the place I wanted to show you. This is 09. Where are we, chat? Is this... No, this is not behind the river. This is behind the river, right? Yeah, this is the harbor orientation here. This is 11. But this is not where V lives, right? No. This is not where V lives. But we are in 01, I think. Oh, 01. Yeah, no, 10. This is the one where we live. This is where the game starts with V's apartment. Ouch. We just need to hide. Oh gosh. Leave me alone. Which is it? This here, I think. Misk. Okay. We're too close to the police. They didn't like it. Here's a death zone. If we don't use the elevator. Something's going on with this character here. Kind of funny. We can get, I don't know, a burrito. Did we call the elevator? also looks pretty cool, I have to admit. Here you have to use the elevator. If I fly up, for example, I could teleport, but you will die because there's a death zone in between. Services. We go up there. Also like the TV screens in the elevators. It's a pretty cool thing. Sometimes you have news on and so on. Like they're, in my opinion, really good at selling the world.
Hello and welcome to N54 News. We begin with distressing reports from the Badlands. A Militech humanitarian convoy was attacked by the outlaws.
Try out our freshly developed new tastes and let your tongue be amazed. All foods.
Also all these commercials running and so on.
Hey, no pushing. There's enough for everyone. All brand new.
Yeah, in case if you fall down here or fly down there, oh, that was close. You just if I would fly down there, I would just die. There's a death zone in between. This is our apartment. It looks also pretty good.
I don't believe it.
Oh, that is funny. Look at this. Okay, that is new. We had the egg from the first egg. There's a mission. You can easily miss that egg. And also there's a katana, like an iconic, it's basically a unique or legendary weapon, you could call it. These unique weapons are called iconics in this game. And yeah, you can easily miss that one. And if you get the egg and you wait a long time, it hatches at some points, then you have an iguana.
Who would have thought? I'll give you a minute.
So, and you have to keep the egg for quite some time, and if a certain amount of days passes, the iguana hatches and becomes your new pet here in your room. And our good old friend Mr. Silverhand here is also impressed by it. And he's hard to impress, I can tell you that. This is how the iguana looks. Let's have the flashlight mod activated. Can see it a bit better. That's pretty cool. I mean, I could also just simply make it change the daytime.
Ah, shit!
That's pretty cool. I forgot the egg. There's a way, even without mods, to get back to this apartment. In earlier versions, at least, it worked. It's very complicated to get there. You need double jump for it, or the fourth jump, the big jump. Then you can get back there. It's very complicated. It's possible though, without cheating. There's only one thing you don't have that needs to be done. And that is the entrance door won't open. But you can get it open if you have not killed all the guarding personnel inside. You can lure the guardian personnel to the door and it will then open for you. It's kind of strange. Works though. That's how I got the egg and the katana, because I missed it. And then I yeah, placed it here, but I never saw it hatch. It's interesting. There's also some stuff I missed, like there's also a cat you can have. I think it's a cat or it's a dog, something like that. I forgot where you get that one. I haven't done all the stuff in Cyberpunk yet. And as said, the mod I have allows us to see ourselves, but yeah, can toggle my head on. But it's pretty cool that there's even a little Johnny Silverhand. Unfortunately, we can't talk to Mr. Silverhand here. We can just sit down and listen to him a bit. I can't look at him. Can I? No, I can't. Unfortunate. But yeah, little spoiler. That's just a small Easter egg in the game. This is your first apartment. And yeah, here we have our friend Johnny Silverhand, played by Keanu Reeves. I've recently seen in cinema John Wick 4, so it's kind of funny to see him, Mr. John Wick here. Just in a different role. Looks very similar though. I also feel like this little idea is also distantly a Blade Runner reference, because in the Blade Runner universe, real animals are very rare, especially in the book Android's Dream of Electric Sheep. There is even an electric sheep and a real sheep thing going on in the story. It is removed, I think, completely from the Blade Runner film, but the book and the film are, yeah, let's say the film is a very, very, very loose adaptation of the book. Still very fascinating. And yeah, I think it was also said that these real iguanas or so are kind of immensely expensive in the world, because due to, let's say, changes to the worse in the world, things, yeah, animals like died out and stuff, so it's I assume referencing this. But yeah, this is the apartment. As said, it doesn't look too different. Kind of funny if we don't see our head. I'm not sure if I have other interesting mods currently activated to show off. I have colored map markers. That's kind of cool. The free flying is cool. The metro system is pretty cool. Some cheat menus that you can do. I don't know. Get rid of police and stuff. I don't know. I have a mod that allows me to save every time I want. That's very helpful. The flashlight mod. I have one that improves the LOD. Maybe that's a reason why some LOD stuff isn't working probably. I have a mod installed that changes the LOD stuff. Might be the reason. A mod called Street Vendors, where you can basically trade with all the vendors. There's a mod called, I haven't really tested that one, Unlock Night City. I think it opens doors that are otherwise closed, but you can use in some missions and so on. Alternative food and buff stuff. I have the Neon Rim, which is the stuff for the other thing. There's a bunch of other cool mods I would like to try out at some point. I plan making a little mod showcase. Like Enhanced Police. This is a mod that might be interesting. Vehicle combat is interesting, so you can basically shoot out of vehicles with a gun, like in GTA or so. Immersive food vendors I have. I think there you can sit down at the food vendors. I have not activated yet. Immersive driving, that's a driving overhaul, I think. Make a living career. I think this is like little mini missions where you have to bring stuff from A to B and make money with it. Found that was pretty cool. Immersive Rippers, that is big, like there's the Ripper dogs. There's a cool sequence with the first one you met, which is Victor, which is a friend of yours. You meet him very early in the story. And so on. They kind of try to bring parts of this back to the other Ripper dogs, so you can talk to them and you can sit down on the thing there and while they do stuff to your body and so on. So that's potentially also a cool mod. I've not tried it out yet. Drone companions. I think you can have like a drone that flies around with you. That sounds cool. Talk to me. I think a mod that allows you to have more conversational options with NPCs in the world, especially with basically people in the streets and so on. Might be cool. This one I really want to try out. That is called Let There Be Flight, and this mod basically allows you to have flying cars. I'm very curious how this works out. Want to try it. This mod is also cool. Stock market and news system. So basically you can go to your computer like this, and you can basically invest into click on net, or here's an option stock market somewhere. I haven't installed it right now. And then you can basically sell stuff on the stock market and make or lose money with it and stuff like this. As a little mini game, and get news and stuff. Sounds pretty cool as well. Then there's a stealth runner mod called Stealth Runner that adds basically a new skill tree with perks and stuff. Let me just show you my skill tree here. I'm not even sure if this is possible, this character. I think it's possible. And yeah, it adds basically a new stealth tree, I think, to this or somewhere. I forgot how it works exactly. I haven't tried it yet. Maybe here under cool or so you have a stealth runner, and then you get a lot of stealth options. It's a little rework of that. That's pretty cool. There's a wannabe edge runner. No idea what that is. Time dilation overhaul. Yeah, here weather probability rebalance. That's potentially an interesting mod because it changes the weather cycles in the game a little bit and makes it more interesting. Car modification shop. Unfortunately not activated. There's a place in the world you can go to and then tune your car. That's also pretty cool. Vehicle overhaul. That's kind of cool. Noi respec. I forgot what that is. AI Netrunners enhanced. I think this is a little addition for hacking stuff. Lizzie Spa enhanced. Yeah, they're basically the most interesting mods I currently would like to try out. As said, if my voice is back to normal again, I might make a video about this. And there's also stuff like a place where you can buy additional clothing stuff and so on. There's a lot of stuff like that, like a lot of very cool mods in the game that you can add mechanics to the game. In some cases I feel like a simple flashlight, why not add this to the game normally? Like there's some places that are so dark you see nothing, especially with now the path tracing mod. It would be pretty cool to just press a button and have a flashlight like this. But you can mod this into the game. It's pretty nice, I have to admit. I forgot where you get the, like, here we have the food for the cat, I think, but I forgot where you get the cat. But when the there's a DLC announced, forgot how it's called. Let me just look it up because I'm looking forward to that. Even though the game was very buggy and in Audacity, like in the state it released, I really liked it. Like Cyberpunk definitely has really grown on me. I like the story, the characters are so well written in the game. Such a story-rich game. And so on. It's not perfect by no means, but it's a pretty good game. And for sci-fi fans, I think definitely worth checking out, I think. Especially with all the patches now and the stuff. Might definitely be a good time to look into it. What's it called? The expansion? Phantom Liberty it's called. They also added some some missions to the game for free in recent patches, which I also found very nice. We already played them. Uh-oh. Is this person naked or is it just a loading bug? I assume it's a loading bug. But yeah, Twitch rules and so on. Always be careful with that stuff. There's definitely nudity in the game to some degree. Keep that in mind. Where do we go, chat? We can teleport. anywhere. Maybe this is an interesting place I would like to show or so. Yeah, I showed you already Jig Street. It's a pretty colorful place. It might be interesting, maybe for... Let me just use the mod teleporter here. Badlands Tunnel, I showed you that already. Arasaka Clouds is maybe interesting. Not sure where this teleports us. I hope there's no bad people there. Clouds is an interesting place. It should look not that different on path tracing because it's one of these, let's call it highlight places. And these highlight places are usually looking pretty great per default. Yeah, here's the thing. It's closed, so there shouldn't be anybody around here. I hope there's no... Is this thing here deactivated? Wasn't here like a shooting thing somewhere? I don't know, but it should be pretty empty here. We took a very specific outcome for this quest where it's closed. Here's a door you usually would not be able to get through. Oh no, it's not. It's the wrong door. Uh-oh. Now we have a problem. Yeah, we are too fast, chat. We have to slow down a little bit. Here is... Well, we have to walk again, chat. I made a mistake. I think this here should be the entrance. Yeah. She's still here. What was her name? Sherry. Yeah, but we can't talk to her anymore. But like I said, the quest is closed down. You are not able to enter this place. You can only enter due to teleport and wall clips I can do. What was that? Okay, these cans just exploded. But yeah, you see clouds doesn't look too different here. If I would turn off path tracing, which of course is now here, it will look pretty much the same. Like you won't see much difference. Maybe for immersion reasons, we can turn the head of V on again. You see the hairs wobbling a little bit. I think if you use the as a recommendation for the heading for the own reflection mod turning on your head, maybe use a haircut that hasn't hair, like a shaved head or so. That's is most likely the best solution if you want to see your reflection without constantly seeing your own hair flickering into this particular place. But yeah, this place here, yeah, I have to turn off the head. It's a bit annoying if you want to look up. Yeah, you have these spherical objects that glow here, but I can promise you in path tracing it looks pretty much the same. You would expect it looks much different, but it doesn't. It looks a bit brighter now. The reflection on the ground is maybe a bit more colorful now and maybe a bit more precise, but doesn't look too different, to be honest. So this particular place here, oh, sushi, nice. This particular place here is, yeah, interesting to see. It's also, is there another club or something like this that has a lot of lights? Let me just think. That's wrong. Teleport. It's clouds. Oh, Embers? What was Embers, chat? Embers. What was Embers? Oh, this is where you meet Hanako. That is interesting. Is she sitting here? She's even sitting here, that's funny. She's not loaded fully. Usually you would start the quest here coming up the elevator. This is now not the case. So usually also it would be a different daytime. Don't ask me, probably night, something like this. She's not perfectly sitting at the thing here. This is Hanako. There's a specific quest here. I don't want to spoil here too much for Bibsuda, in case he wants to play stuff. This is the point of no return quest in the game. It also asks you if you start the quest, if you want to do, it's a point of no return stuff. That is this play. Oh, club. Empathy is also a club. Maybe also has some interesting lighting stuff going on, but I assume it will not look that different. Yeah, here the frame rate tanks heavily. So people are dancing here. Interestingly, no music is playing. It's strange. This is now with path tracing. Maybe I have to... You can maybe use the normal time skip. Maybe that fixes the problem. It's kind of strange sitting in the club without music. Or is the music turned off? Let me see. Path tracing off. This is how it looks normally. You see there's not much difference in the looks. You could imagine that the reflection of these red chairs here becomes a little bit more precise with path tracing. Yeah, kind of. But as said, the difference isn't that big. Probably one of the only other places. It's a side quest here in this club. I already did this. I think I didn't fully complete it. That's the reason why I can still jump. Usually you can't jump here. Could also run.
You stink of junk food.
That's not nice to say. Then other place interesting. There's a dark matter. Dark matter is not that interesting visually, I think. There's a strange ray tracing interaction there that at a certain time they turn on the light behind the main stage here, and then yeah, this, and it becomes very bright. I think this has to do with the daytime though. Here it's 20 now. If I let's put it that way, see it becomes less dark all of a sudden. It's only at 20. You see here it becomes this time becomes very bright. And here just always wondered what it is, and then I played around with the daytime and it changed. Okay, here's music for whatever reason. No idea what the problem was. Yeah, as I said, it looks cool, but it's not that interesting. I think that you would expect surprising differences in lighting with ray tracing or with path tracing. You see, it's basically the same. What other places? Totentanz I already showed you. That was another place I could think of. What was the other? Riot. Riot is also a place. Maybe make the stage or so. I'm not even sure if you're supposed to enter the Riot again at this space here. Yeah, here's the stage. Doesn't look too interesting. Maybe if we change the daytime a bit, something changes here. No, not really. Oh, suddenly a lot of people here. Probably we moving a slider back and forth did some weird stuff here. Not sure. Do I have path tracing activated? No, it's just this is normal ray tracing. Now we look at it with yeah, it doesn't look too different. As that's just the typical reflections get a bit more precise and stuff. This is, I think, the entrance. There's some backstage area you can go to, but it might not be that interesting here. We have the afterlife, of course. No idea why the afterlife is not here. Oh, Lizzie's bar. Lizzie's is also... Yeah, I think the frame rate tanks quite heavily. Now I see him just... computer struggles a bit. But it's okay. Here's an interesting mod I can maybe showcase. This is just new items. There is, yeah, here. Have a drink. Have a drink with someone. This is a mod I have. And this is like Night City Life. We can have a drink with, I don't know, with Panem or so. I think I showed it in the past before. Now it loads. And then Panem sits next to us. We can even have like some dialogue options with her. Pretty cool mod here. I'm not sure why the waitress is standing between us, but... yeah, I don't know.
How's it going with Rogue?
It's going. Knock on wood.
And so on. So, pretty nice little mod. I would have found it cool if this is in the base game, actually, that you can... You know, that's just for little immersion reasons, that you can maybe meet with Panem or whoever, with Carrie, with Takamura or so, and just have some options. I think there were more options with her.
So, things are settled?
I
think I already did this in the past, that's why I don't have that many...
now we're good at avoiding each other, and that's fine with me.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm out.
There's some random
Talk soon.
snippets. You can have a drink. Nothing too special, but I kind of like stuff like that. Because it makes the game feel more, I said, alive. And so on.
My, what a sweet little face you have. Come on in.
This, I think, is her name. Rita is her name. With a baseball bat. She also seems like heavily modified. Afterlife. I don't know why we can't go to the afterlife. But there's no teleport point for that. And then blind. Here's the Totentanz. Ah, the afterlife. There it is. It's under T, not under A. And yeah, this is also a place you go. There's some story missions here later in the game. Legendary Club, you find Rogue here. Here usually you have this car here. What's it called? The Outlaw. If you want to have an Outlaw, usually in front of the Afterlife, there's always like one of those. Can steal early in the game. Little tip. Relatively decent and fast car. But yeah, the frame rate also tanks here pretty heavily. We're currently at 30 FPS.
Hey, V, good to see you. How's it going?
Here we have Claire. Ready for the next race? We can still do a race. I don't want to do a race yet.
Thanks, Claire.
No problem. Just holler if you need anything.
Definitely go for a drink.
Tough day?
Not like any other.
So, what'll it be?
Okay, a whole bottle he's just emptying. Okay, didn't expect that. I think you can also sit here down somewhere, maybe. Yeah, here.
Hey, come here, let's talk.
Tiny mic. Oh, this is an additional mission, by the way, with Tiny Mike. You have to save him.
How's the arm holding up? Ah, V, such a tender soul you are. Come on, Tiny. Being serious. Well, after paying you and Regina your due, I still had eddies in the bank for this bad boy. So yeah, I'd say the arm's fine.
You can't activate sit with mouse wheel, I don't know why. Little bugs like this are in the game. Maybe it might be mod that breaks something. We're gonna just talk with him. So, stuff like this I find cool. I think this is standard. They added Tiny Mike and the questline is one of the patched in missions that were added later into the game. Was pretty cool. There's a clip where I said, oh, I feel like the Terminator. This is a mission with Tiny Mike. In one of these clips we had. Like I said, the sitting down stuff I find kind of cool. I'm not sure if there are different persons here if I sit down. No. It seems like in the mod currently you only can have a drink with Panem, River and Carry. Now you can talk to River. Usually will load. Also pretty cool character, River Ward.
What's on your mind, V? How are things with you and Han working out? They're not. He acts like nothing happened. Like he didn't cover up the mayor's death.
No, so just won't go too much into spoiler territory here.
Will do. See you later, V.
But the River questline was one of my favorite questlines in the game. When we can switch down to normal ray tracing here in this space, you will see it will look the same. Like there's not much difference in between path tracing and this here. There might be some spots where you see a difference, but as said, these premium places, these set pieces, CD Projekt put like a lot of effort in, and it just looks good on every setting. Like on these places, you rarely see much difference. Here you see, without ray tracing, that the reflection here now is gone. So the game runs also much better. Like if I would unlock the frame rate, let's say 240, you see I hit like 100 something FPS easily on this, and it still looks pretty good. Yeah, as soon as I turn ray tracing on, I can promise you we won't hit 100 anymore. And we're down to maybe 40. So you see ray tracing just eats a lot, especially in places like this with a lot of lights and reflections and stuff going on. It's really impressive. And now with path tracing, as said, maybe the reflections are now a bit more precise and some of the lighting here and there. But yeah, it's a pretty cool technology. I just keep repeating myself. I hope it wasn't too boring for people going through all of this. I have to admit, I find this very interesting and very impressive technology. I guess a little tech demo of what we could expect from lighting in the future is really impressive. But it's not, for most standard places, it's not too different. These were the nightclubs of Night City. There was a cool demo of the tech. Okay, it's nice to know. I said I want to do this in a more compressed video, not over 3 hours. Like, oh, can't believe I'm talking for 3 hours already. It's just so nice. It's just fun going around and checking places, and then at times pushing NPCs against the thing. It looks kind of like it hurt, but she will just stand up and pretend nothing is happening. What is interesting, you see she teleported. Like I said, this mod, this force push mod, where I have to force and push NPCs away. it's not used then by default in the game, and the NPC just continues walking in the world when she doesn't die. Maybe she's dead now. No, she's not. She will teleport now, where she would have been to the position where the game expects her to be. Sometimes interesting to see these details and how this game handles animations, and if you use mods to break stuff. Kind of funny to see how the game reacts to it. That's what I mean with sometimes NPCs teleport back to where they were and so on. Kind of interesting. But yeah, it's really nice. I'm not sure if I can run the flying car mod. By the way, another thing, maybe that I can show to you. Unfortunately, it breaks a few things here and there. But let's say you like your Caliburn car a lot, but you would like to have it in a different color. With the with this mod here, you can cycle through models. So you can say, I want this color, and then you can just switch the color of your car. Unfortunately, oh, does it work? It works. Last time I tried this, my my cockpit camera wouldn't work when I changed the color of my car. That's pretty cool. You can also lock it, and then while sitting in, we can just switch through the different colors of this car. What is this? Looks interesting. So for this, in my opinion, the mod is pretty. It's a pretty nice mod. To just I don't know, change the colors. If you just say, yeah, maybe I want to have a white Caliburn now. I had enough of black Caliburns. Let's have it white. It's not available for all cars in the game, but for some of your cars you could use it. It changes back when you load, I think, or you can turn it back manually if you want. Stuff like this I find pretty cool though. Here we see this insanely high reflective area here again. But you see the game runs better. Like back in the day when the game came out, it had a lot of weird car crashes at times. That is mostly fixed, I think. It might happen from time to time still. This is also interesting. You see here the wet part of the street is gone. And maybe it's a bit unrealistic in a way, because this thing here is up, so the game basically checks if something is above, and then this part is drier than the other part, which I find kind of cool, I have to admit, but sometimes it looks a bit strange. The game does so many things. They also added quite a few things. Maybe if we go to the water really quick. I think it's faster flying to the water really fast. And do some other stuff. We need like water. Yeah, here. Maybe we go somewhere where it's a bit nicer. From what I thought the game would crash. Well, what they, for example, added in the game is if you shoot at water, it makes a little splash. It was not in the release version. And they kept updating the game quite a bit in many little details like this, which I find very cool that they did this. It's of course not perfect. Maybe they add more stuff, but I'm kind of impressed with how much they added. Like even now this little path tracing, and it's a free update. Like if you have the hardware to run it, stuff works. This here, excuse, that might be my fault. I use a LOD change mod. Maybe without the mod, it's okay. Sometimes the NPCs don't load correctly. I wouldn't. It's not default though. I have a lot of mods. This is a heavy, like I have a lot of mods installed that might mess around with stuff. Plus, my system isn't ideal for path tracing as well. So if you see an NPC not correctly loaded, that's my fault most likely, not the game's fault. So keep this in mind as a little disclaimer here. Like I said, I have a lot of mods installed. It's the same person again. Let me just check this out. Let me just quit the game really quick. And let me just get the LOD mod disabled really quick. Takes a moment. I use Vortex from Nexus mods in case people wonder where you get all the mod stuff. I'm not sure if Let There Be Flight works. I would like to try that out if I'm honest. I'm not sure if it works though by default. Let me just enable it. Same. Oh, that takes a moment I think to activate. We could check some mods I have not installed right now. Same with the car modification shop. I would like that mod as well. We'll maybe look into some mods because I find it so cool what the people in the modding community do with the game. Like, it's so much cool stuff there. There was one mod I also found highly interesting. I forgot what it was. Maybe we try the stealth runner thing. Just installing 20 mods right now. Maybe the game crashes now and doesn't even start anymore. But Cyberpunk is one of the games where, in my opinion, it's really worth checking out the modding stuff. There are a lot of games where it might not be worth, or where it's some cool stuff for sure, but I think in Cyberpunk there's really a lot of cool stuff you can get. Okay, game is not starting. I have a theory though. Just takes a moment to deinstall the mod though. Like Vortex is a program from Nexus mods, and it's basically like a mod launcher. You can just click and say activate, deactivate, or enable, disable mod, and it's pretty easy to use. But you need a bunch of basic mods. No, it's not that mod. Questions: which mod did I activate that now keeps the game crashing? Okay, I assume it might be the flying mod. Let's disable it again. Though that is the mod I really wanted to try out. I mean, I have a no clip flying mod that also is kind of cool, but there's a mod where your cars can actually be turned to or modified in a way that you can fly around. Yeah, it is the Let There Be Flight mod that kills the game. Unfortunate. Well, maybe I have to look. It might be that I have not installed. Let me just. We can look into this in a moment. Just want to show you a screen already. You don't have to stare at a black screen for 5 hours. Let me just check what other mods I need for this. ArchiveXL input loader. I don't have the input loader. Mod settings. I'm not sure if I have mod settings. Okay. I also have, by the way, a very important mod in my opinion is the skip all the intro sequences mod, so you get to the main menu faster. That's one of my favorite mods. I would try it out with Let There Be Flight and the input loader. I hope the input loader works. Okay, the car mod seems to have the car modification shop has a conflict, I think. Now you have to be careful, some mods don't like each other because they change the same files and so on. Very curious if the game even starts now. So I have Let There Be Flight. Right, yeah. It also recommends mod settings. I could swear I have mod settings installed, but I'm not sure. No, you have native settings UI I have installed, not mod settings. Okay, let's install this as well, just to be sure. Now we'll see. Patient. Okay, success. Let's hope the game starts now. No. That is unfortunate. I would really love to try the fly mod out. Wait, is there any mod that I have forgotten to install? Let me double check. Let There Be Flight. It needs TweakXL. I think TweakXL I have installed. Or not. Yeah, TweakXL is installed. I need CyberEngine. I don't need that. Input loader, mod settings, RED4 ext I have, REDScript, and I have TweakXL. These are basically all mods that enable other mods to do more stuff, and especially CyberEngine tweaks is the main mod. You need it for 99% of other mods need that one. Required since 1.7. Is there maybe an update to this mod? No. Fixes quick hacks. Very unfortunate. Maybe it needs to be updated or so. Cybercmd I also have installed, I think. Yeah, I have it installed as well. Very unfortunate. It would be pretty awesome to install the mod. Maybe there's one more thing I could try. I could deinstall it, install it again. Maybe this helps. Because flying around with your car sounds pretty cool. But yeah, the Cyberpunk people decided not to include it, which I can understand because flying around is very difficult to balance, I feel, and to make interesting in a game. And just using the standard traffic problems, and so it's more fun. I think just driving around with traffic and basically boundaries is more interesting than having flying cars that you can use yourself. There's some flying cars in the game as well, but usually in kind of cutscenes or so. Nope, doesn't start, unfortunately. Maybe I have to look outside the stream, maybe into it. I couldn't make this particular mod work. Unfortunately, I have now to deinstall all the input loader stuff, and I don't know what. I don't think we need those. Night City, Immersive Ripper Dogs. What else is interesting? Car modification shop. We can maybe install this now again. Weather probabilities. Where's the... Oh, the stealth runner is installed as well. Okay. Very curious what this does. You know what? We just install the weather rebalance as well. What is this mod here? Open the Nexus menu. It's a mod that allows you to respec your characters at any moment. Ah, okay. I don't need this. We have a other mod for doing the same thing, basically. Some mods, like my see your own reflection in the mirror mod, is not working over Vortex. Some mods you can't install over Vortex, you have to install them manually, even though the Nexus mod says it's possible. At least for me it was not possible to do so. Finally the game starts again. Now we have like a bunch of other mods doing stuff in the background. Very curious if it works. Sorry for the long black screen there. Okay. We were flying. You should not save while flying around in the game, because you can only activate it while loading in the game, and when the game is loaded you usually are already dead. I'm curious here. Here you see my car has now the standard color again, even though I saved with a different color. Let me maybe... Yeah, NC Express. Hey V, we're Night City Express. I hope you could help us deliver some packages. We are kinda short-handed right now. I know this is not as exciting as working with fixes, but we could pay reasonably. Call this number and we will point you to a job, or simply visit any drop point in this town. Do you see maybe unknown numbers? No, Polizzy Wizzy. Motel room, Elizabeth Perilous, Dino, Mama Wells. Maybe it doesn't show up here in this particular list. How does this chat? How do we open? New contact. Okay. Ah, here T. Pan Am. NCBD Express. Look at this. Here we can just get like, I don't know. Okay, this. Delivery job. Weapons shop, Corpo Plaza Rifles and Pistols to weapon shop, North Side, schieß mich tot. Okay, got that point. In 5 minutes. I would hope that the thing tells me on the map where I need to go. Here's, by the way, the car garage. That's a mod. You can change your car with it. I have to admit, it would be really awesome if it would show me where on the map I need to go, because it's really difficult to memorize this. Okay. Downtown Med Point, Two Little China, Victor's Clinic. Downtown Med Point. It vanishes a bit fast. Maybe it has to do because we are in a car or so.
Ah, shit!
Little China, Corpo Plaza. No, it disappears. The problem is it doesn't... The mod... Maybe I forgot to install something. For me, like, if you don't know the map as that well, and I don't know the place names really well, I have to admit, then this is a pretty difficult to play mod. Let me just see if I overlook something. There's a mod description for it. Introduction, what it does. Installation, how it works. Normal, urgent. Maybe we try it from the next drop point, and maybe that's easier. Let's maybe take this drop point here. Problem with getting to drop points here might be a bit difficult. I was curious how this mod might work. Oh, I'm already wrong. Over there. So on drop points it seems you can also start mission. Okay. Unfortunately I can use the drop point by pressing R to sell. Okay, the drop point is still working. So let's say okay, it just refreshes at time. Cherry Kareem's. Oh, I know where this is, but actually that's maybe a good mission. So not sure if it will work. We have to go to Jig Street. Is this Jig Street? We just go to Wakako, that's close enough. Yeah, this should be right. Not sure how much time we have for that. Oh, 2 minutes 30 seconds. There was like a little time thing showing up. Okay. Kareem is the guy where we bought the jacket and this thing from. I think he's the vendor for Samurai, the Johnny Silverhand band merchandise stuff. Oh god. 2 minutes. I think the motorcycle would have been a better choice as a vehicle, but... Excuse me, sir. I'm in a hurry, literally. Nope, I find Kareem fast enough. One minute 30. We have to leave here, right? Okay, here we are. Kareem. Is this Kareem? This is Kareem. Delivery complete. We got 1,500. This is Kareem. Okay.
Show me the range.
Okay, it works. Mod works. Kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting that you have to know the place because it didn't show, but by accident I knew who Kareem is. This guy. And we got the mission. Unfortunately, it doesn't show anywhere, so maybe it needs a little bit of improvement, I think. But it's kind of cool. We can also check, because I think I made a teleport marker for this. The car modification shop mod. If it's still at the same place, we can go there and check that out. Yeah, here it is. You can take like a car and let's summon our car that just spawns right next to us. It's kind of funny. So what we could do, we can maybe try making this car even faster. So if I'm not mistaken, the maximum speed you can reach with this particular car is 211. Fortunately, the road is not long enough to really get the car to 211. Yeah, it's 211. Unfortunately, the road is not long enough. Oh, that's unfortunate. There's a ray tracing problem we just saw. How am I supposed to get this with this speed? You have to be kidding me, game. How am I supposed to hit this? Yeah, it was around about 200. It's 211, pretty sure about this max speed. Where do I have to go? Here? Yeah, here it is. So what you can do here, you go here with your car, then you stop and you can say engine upgrade and say, I don't know how it works exactly. Maybe close this here and just... how big is this game compared to GTA 5 map? Well, it's tough to tell. I'm honest. Like it's pretty big, I feel, but GTA 5 could be still a little bit bigger in comparison. I have to admit, but maybe they're pretty close. Let me maybe we can find it out. GTA. Okay, so here it says estimations say it's the Cyberpunk size is 43.5 square kilometers, and GTA 5 is potentially twice as big. Not sure if that's true, to be honest. It doesn't feel like half as big as GTA, but I would have maybe expected like 20% more or something like this for GTA. But yeah, pretty hard to tell. Stage 3 upgrade. Previous page, yeah, you go on engine. I assume engine is for speed. Traction, torque. Blueprint, a block. Engine torque increase, engine torque increase. We just have to find a place where we can get really fast with this car. Almost, I can't get around this corner here with full speed. It seems faster though. It was 309. Yeah, it's true. GTA, I assume GTA have a lot of empty stuff. That for sure. But this map also has a lot of empty stuff. Oh, here's this weird event that always happens when I go here, that this flying car thing is going here. I think the acceleration is higher now. I'm not sure if the maximum speed of this car is bigger. But we get to maximum speed faster. Definitely. But it's not faster than before. It's 210. It's still 210. I think it accelerates faster now. Ouch. I mean, the easiest way for us to figure it out is flying around a little bit, just to give you an impression. So we are at a pretty... oh, wait, how fast are we? Oh, that's 10 already? That's really fast. So this is outside the map, like the border part of the map. Within the north on the map. Here you can't even get to these places. I think... somewhere here is a fence and you can't get further than that. I'm not sure. I never tried getting this far. But yeah, this is basically the complete north side of the map. Let's maybe get really fast. I can't get too fast because the game crashes, but... yeah, this is the first district here that you see. This is Act 1 in the game. After that you can go everywhere, but at the beginning you can only basically stay here in this area, I think. No, you can't go over this bridge here. So this is basically the starting area. Then you have this part here over there. And here you see it gets very empty already in this particular part here of the map. And here you have the Badlands. There are two parts of the Badlands. This part here and the other part behind the thing. You see it's also very empty here in this part. Like it's a huge area and there's some interesting places here and there. And here you have the border, thing. There's if you start as nomad background, I think you start outside the city here somewhere. I think here you start then, and then you go to Night City over there. But it's basically outside Badland territory. You can go everywhere here in this particular part. There's some buildings and interesting places. There's even some underground stuff somewhere here, or is it on the other side? Then you have the dam here. And this huge waste thing here and so on. But you have some more Badland stuff. You can also go here. And there's some missions here as well and so on. There's somewhere a tunnel here. Yeah, this here you can go. And somewhere over there is the endgame part. So you don't usually go there. Here the street suddenly ends and the game says like this, turn back. It's now deactivated because I'm flying around like crazy. But this is basically the map. I would say, yeah, it's definitely smaller than GTA. But in a good way. In a good way. It's still pretty big. This is also a very interesting place. It's a very cool Easter egg in this area. Don't want to spoil it, but... Unfortunately, there's no normal... without mods. There's a mod where you can get flying cars. And there are some cutscenes that you can use to fly around, but else you have to drive with your car everywhere. I think that also makes the map feel bigger, because you can't just fly or so, or there are no planes. You have to just use the streets or walk and so on. But the game is pretty... But the map is often very vertical, like you have some streets like here being upper, and sometimes you have even different layers basically in the map. And that makes it very, at least for me, very often difficult to navigate. Like sometimes you have to go one level deeper to find a certain entrance or so. And I find this very cool, but I struggle like navigating due to this quite a bit. I don't have a good example here right now, but as you can see, here's some area and some place, and this is basically lower, but there's also like an upper level where you also can go and so on, and so on and so forth. So that's pretty cool. Like, it's a very vertical map often that I really like about it. There are also some cool Easter eggs in the game as well. But else you need mods to fly around. Like I said, there is a flying car mod. Unfortunately, I couldn't bring it to work right now. It might have to do with the recent patch or so. That's always a problem. When a new patch or hotfix comes out, it breaks a lot of mods. Especially these main mods that you need for a lot of other mods to work. Like Cyberengine tweaks or so. And unfortunately, you can't do that much often in the game.
Just walk away. We'll be fine.
Right, I have this weird message here. Let me just reload the game really quick. So yeah, in GTA you can, like GTA 5 is in this regard really a masterpiece. What you can do, the amount of stuff that is available in the game. I mean, they already did a lot of stuff with GTA 4 already, and Cyberpunk can't compete with this. It's not as open world sandbox. It's in a way more a linear RPG in many ways. That gives you some GTA vibes at times, but GTA is still on another level, one has to admit. It just shows how expensive and how much effort and manpower is in GTA 5 in comparison still to this game. Currently looking for a computer because we have this stock market thing, but I don't know where to find computers. My apartment, of course. I would need like a building I can enter and hack something in there. GTA 5 came out 10 years ago, this upcoming September, and it's still one of the best. Its type's pretty incredible. Wonder if GTA 6 will ever get done. Yeah, it's just... I can't even imagine how much effort they might put into GTA 6. So here we have a place. If we are lucky, there is a computer here somewhere. I'm not sure though, if I'm honest. This is the... Let me just... Nah, that was stupid, Chris. Yeah, too fast. It's very difficult to navigate through buildings. Oh, here we have a computer, actually. Yeah, here, stock market. Oh, that happens automatically. Interesting. So here you can, yeah, have news, which is kind of cool. That I find pretty cool. Portfolio. And you could, for example, buy Arasaka stock or something like this, and so on. That's a pretty cool thing that you have like a little stock market mini game. Stuff like this should be in the main game. As you said, like GTA just put so much effort with the Rockstar put so much effort into GTA 5. It's so impressive what they could do with that, and so on. Like it really is impressive how much manpower and stuff is in all of that. Just was distracted for a moment. Okay, in the news it says the latest financial reports of Thornton, but also various other vehicle corporations such as Quadra and Wolford show that more and more people buy their own vehicles. This increased sales and both boosts the economy, but also comes with its own share problems such as with traffic conditions. So it seems there's a vehicle boom. So we maybe should buy, I don't know, Thornton stock, even though we might buy on a high and lose some money. I forgot what the other Rayfield. It's maybe too expensive. Quadra. But it's kind of interesting that these news also kind of align in a way. So I could, for example, now say I want to buy I don't know. We could now buy and just play the game and wait, basically, what might happen there. And then you can sell it for profit, which is kind of a cool little idea. Where was the hotel I wanted to check, though? Wasn't it here somewhere? I hit a fence. Yeah, here's a no-tell motel. That is that's I think the name of it. Okay, these rooms are all not real. They are not modeled out, except for this room. There's one room, this room here. I don't want to spoil what's in here. I think I know which room that is. I think there's a second floor of rooms. Yeah, here. There must be another room here. Here you meet, I think, Lizzie Wizzy. Kind of interesting to see that stuff, I have to admit. I can't remember. Oh, this place. There was a quest here, but I can't fully remember it. Is this not the quest? No. Is this where you steal the guitars? Is the quest with Maiko and the tiger claws? I don't remember anymore. Too long ago. Okay, I remember now what this place at least is. But yeah, it's really impressive. Like GTA is a terrible comparison, I think, because it's just such a extraordinary game. Like, I think there is not a single game in the world comparable to GTA 5 when it comes to the level of stuff you can do in that game. And it also has a great modding community. Here it's just more about the setting and stuff like that. The RPG elements. GTA is of course not an RPG. I have to admit, story-wise, my biggest problem with the GTA series is that I'm kind of sick of it, because even though it is impressive and they do a lot of great stuff, it also is it often does a lot of the same stuff for me personally. Like this story beats of it, it's not done poorly or anything, but also some game mechanics and how their mission design is often, in my opinion, very outdated in many ways. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you have, I played so much GTA 1, 2, 3, 4, and Vice City and San Andreas and all the GTAs for hundreds of hours, that when I reached after GTA 4, I was kind of sick of the series, kind of. Oh, Birchman is there. Welcome. Nice to see you. Like, if I would have started with GTA 5, it would be probably one of my favorite games of all time, for sure. But I have not. I played GTA since the first game came out in the 90s. So... And some missions, how they are, oh, get into this car, chase this guy down, you know? I've played this a million times. And as a result... Not that, as said, that it's done poorly or anything. It's just, it feels so similar to previous GTAs. It's in many ways. It has some great missions, but not all missions are absolutely great. And it often has this kind of, let's call it humor in a way. It has a specific kind of humor, GTA games. Especially San Andreas was a game that was very... yeah, it was a parody kind of all this gangster rap stuff and so on, which I found was hilariously well done back in the day at least. And now GTA 5 more with the gangster stories. It's kind of interesting. Like, what was his name? Michael, I think. The story with his wife and his family was kind of interesting, but it went to a point where I found it less and less interesting, even though it was done well. And I felt like this setting in comparison is just, it feels a bit more fresh, because you don't have many cyberpunk or sci-fi games that play in this, like this, that play in a cyberpunk subgenre, in a universe like this. That makes it kind of interesting, even though it can't compete with GTA on many levels. That's why I always, or why currently I found GTA 5 more, Cyberpunk more interesting than GTA 5. Even though GTA 5 for sure is in many ways a better game by far. But yeah, I don't know. For me personally, this gets down to a bit to personal preference. I just came here, not sure if you have been talking. We talked about, like, Bibsuda asked how this game compares in size, for example, to GTA 5. And we just found out that GTA 5 map is still twice as big as roundabout than this here. And I just thought about why I'm not the, I don't know, not, like, usually people are pretty excited when they talk about GTA 5. And I think it's a pretty good game, and I understand why people are excited. But for me, when it came out and I played it many years ago, I couldn't make, yeah, I couldn't make it from the conversation. Yeah, no problem. It's just if you just joined, it's kind of difficult to get where we currently, what we're talking about. So don't worry. But I'm not too. I'm curious about. Excuse me. I'm curious about GTA 6, I have to admit, but I'm not as hyped because I still feel kind of sick. Like, if they don't, I would be hyped if they would also improve their mission design quite a bit. How missions work in GTA, like this standard thing, okay, drive with your car, then there's a circle here on the ground, you stand there, cutscene. You have a well-written and well-edited cutscene, cool, funny characters, have a nice conversation, and then, I don't know, somebody comes and, I don't know, crashes in your car, and you say, oh, this guy crashed my car, and then you get into another car or motorcycle and chase him down and kill him. You know, the classical GTA mission design. I've seen this a million times, and I find it almost unfortunate that even when GTA 5 came out, that they didn't improve this a little bit more. And I felt like this is a thing where the RPG aspect of Cyberpunk shines more, because even though a lot of missions are kind of also similar and linear, often you have like little nuances where, for example, you can change the outcome of a mission. For example, we visited clouds. There are different ways how clouds, the missions surrounding this club can end, and the outcome and so on. And that makes it more interesting, because if you talk to other people, it's like, yeah, but when I played this cloud mission, this and that happened, and then I made this decision at this point, and then at the end this happened, and for another person it's completely different. And that I find very cool. It's not perfect in every mission in this game, but it's definitely in this game that outcomes can change a little bit, for the better or for the worse. And you can maybe also roleplay it a bit. And some of the missions here are very well written, I have to admit. Like, also the Witcher stuff was written as well, and CD Projekt Red is really good at writing stuff. And here, I think, like, I remember this mission, I don't want to spoil because Bibsuda hasn't played through the game yet, but the River Ward mission, I think, leads to that you have to some deals with what's her name, the one to he wants to become a mayor. Perilous is his last name. Forgot. Jefferson, I think is the name. Jefferson Perilous, and his wife is Elizabeth, I think Perilous. I completed this mission, and I really needed like 15 minutes to comprehend what I just learned from this mission and what might be the best decision. How I'll go on from this. Like, I had rarely this in a game where I was just sitting there and thinking that's not right, and really discussing with chat a little bit the outcome and the morale and the, I don't know, like it was almost a philosophical discussion at the end. I found this was a really fascinating and well done mission. Also, I want to point out the volumetric fog here with the lighting looks pretty sick. Gotta have some dinner back in a bit. Okay, have a good one. Also need to grab some tea. But I have it now, everything I need I have down here, so I don't have to get up for that. Totally agree, yeah, I love Baldur's Gate 3 for this extensive quest building, and it's even in early access. Yeah, I have not played Baldur's Gate 3 yet, but I'm also looking forward when this game fully releases. Like, that might be really sick. I like the Divinity original Sin game, like 1 and especially 2 was really good, in my opinion, and I imagine that Baldur's Gate might have the similar, 3 might have the similar quality, or even better. So yeah, that's my opinion. Pretty cool. That's the thing I always missed in GTA. GTA sometimes has a story to tell, or not sometimes, always actually. Like, every mission wants to tell you a piece or part of the story or a side story, and it has to work in a specific way. There are, I know in GTA 4, for example, you had a decision to make, and it changed the outcome a little bit, and that I found was a step in the right direction. I found that was, but it's usually it's too less present, and often it feels like, yeah, no, it's either this way or that way, and sometimes it felt a bit limited in that regard. I love the combat in Divinity, but couldn't get into the story world. Oh, that's unfortunate. The combat's really good, I agree. But I also, I don't know, I thought the world was also probably not the most interesting world of every fantasy universe ever, but I found it decent. Let me just make my tea here really quick, so I can continue talking. So yeah, it is in this regard, like I said, it's not done bad. I wouldn't even say that GTA 5 is not well written. It's also, like, for video game, it's impressively written, but I think still this here is more interesting for me personally, because I can connect more to the genre, because I like sci-fi and I like also the subgenre cyberpunk. I like, as said, that some missions have different outcomes, you have different approaches, how you can do stuff. And I assume as, like, if GTA 6 manages to also get more into this direction, that you also maybe, not completely, but you have more approaches, for example, to missions, and so on and so forth, then GTA 6 could become like an absolute legendary game. But I'm not sure if Rockstar wants to change up their formula as much, because their formula is working fantastic. GTA 5 is one of the most sold games on the planet, and as such, why would they want to change too much of it? Like, it makes no sense. It's just for people like me who have played I don't know how many hours of all the other GTAs, that notice that it's often very similar. Also, this reflection and the lighting looks so sick here in this particular scene. Just want to point that out. Yeah, also Divinity was quite open for combat opportunities or ways to complete quests, but as far as I can say, Baldur's Gate is leveled up higher in that way. Okay, that's impressive. Like in in Divinity Original Sin 2, you could do so much stuff and so many outcomes, and like, I don't know, in your character creation you could have, for example, selected the feed to talk with animals, and then you talk to the animals and like a cat or whatever. I forgot there were certain quests, and that with that would unlock different passes how the quest could progress and end. You could circumvent certain parts with that and so on. And if you would not have equipped this feed to talk to animals, then you would not have access to that. But there were of course also other ways. Talking to NPCs, finding certain items, convincing, fighting, and so on and so forth. Like that is definitely something I really liked. In that, and if Baldur's Gate 3 improves on this even further, that yeah, sounds pretty fantastic. But all the people who played Early Access were very big fans of that. GTA is really linear, I would say. It's more of a movie or a series, but in the form of a game. Yeah, that's pretty much what it wants to be. I'm very curious if they want to change that. Like for me, if they really want to hype, I'm not saying that it won't sell if they won't do this, but for me personally, I would appreciate if they would go not completely, but in a similar direction than when it comes to storytelling than this game. This game is also in many ways very linear when it comes to the story, but you still have certain notches, or certain certain elements you can change throughout the game. And it changes the outcome. For example, I had the Panem ending here on my casual playthrough, but in certain ways you could also have like a completely different ending. In this, we also had the secret ending here in the game, and I kind of like that. Depends on who you have a relationship with and so on at the end a little bit. Which, like, you can't have the Panem relationship ending, I guess, when you have a female character. I think because Panem only has romantic relation stuff with male V, not with female V, if I'm not mistaken. But then you could have a relationship with Judy as a female V and stuff like that. So it's very, very interesting how this ties into the story and how it changes certain elements, even though it goes always roundabout into the same direction. That's what I kind of liked here in Cyberpunk. And I mean, GTA 4, you also have this big decision at one point in the game, which I found very surprising already, even though I didn't like the outcomes of both decisions, so I was a bit stuck there. But yeah. You only played 2 and 5? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I've played all the GTA games, I think. Even GTA London. I've even played... I don't know. If there's a GTA game I didn't play. Like 1, 2, 3, Vice City, San Andreas. London was before 3, I think. I think I also played it on PlayStation or something crazy like that. Then there are some DLCs for 3, I think. I think I've not played all of them. Yeah, San Andreas. After San Andreas was, I think, already 4, and then came 5. I also like how the stream is just became walking sim and walking. Yeah, it's... I mean, I wanted to show off how beautiful the game looks, and maybe some mods, which I did. Do I have immersive driving bartenders, immersive food vendors? Okay, let's go to... Let's fly around a little bit. Let's go back. We need a bit more speed for that. Where is V's apartment? This is... Where are we, chat? I have no idea where we are. Is this Jig Street here? No, this is V's apartment. 10. How do I get there, though? Yeah, this can't be V's apartment. It should be on the... No. No. I understand my thinking mistake. This is V's apartment here. Can I sit down now? That doesn't work, chat. That doesn't work. Okay, we teleport to Jig Street really fast. There's a market nearby that has a lot of stuff. Jig Street, where is it? Let's take this one. There's a teleport button. Yeah, it looks really awesome. It really does. Like, it's such a beautiful looking game. We have to go to this direction, to the market. The market is down. There must be a stair here. Yeah, here it is. Maybe here we can sit down. It would be so cool if you could sit down at like a food vendor or so. You have to go to a restaurant or something like that. Or maybe I misunderstood how this mod is working. Ah, have a drink. Okay, there are some places where you can have a drink. Unfortunately, here's nobody sitting here, but it works. Okay, it is how it's supposed to work. Yeah, you can sit down. That gets robbed. That's a side quest. Yeah, I remember that. I already did this though. Doesn't work everywhere though. Well, at least we found one. Even though it was not the most beautiful one. Here would be great. Where's a restaurant where you could sit down? I'm not sure. Where's the Takamura restaurant where you meet with them? I always forget that. Maybe in the description of the mod you find some places listed. He also mentions the diner robbery. Oh, I can't remember where the diner robbery is, though. Diner robbery. Where was that? We just need a bit of orientation. This is wrong. So maybe here? this is the industrial part. Here, maybe.
I'll take a drink. What can I get for you? Something hot, cold, coffee, liquor.
Ah, okay. This is the new stuff. When I talk to him, I can open the vending menu. I can eat a sandwich. And now I sit down and we eat a sandwich. That is new. That is what the mod does. It's pretty cool.
I'll take a drink. What can I get for you? Something hot, cold.
I'm not sure if you can sit down here as well.
I'll take a drink. What can I get for you? Something hot, cold, coffee, liquor.
I'm not sure if it's this one or the other. We can see it here. Yeah, this is the render that gets robbed. It's free. Like all the thing here costs 0. It would be cool if you could sit down here though. It unfortunately doesn't work. Now we found at least one place where we could sit down. Oh, that is funny. This is a place where we have the funny clip of, in case you remember. I just need to... Is this door here fixed? It's gone. Here was a door you could push out of the wall. The door's gone though. Very interesting. You can't... There was a quest here. Yeah, in the Mox Club you can use the mod to sit with Panem. I know that. Is this here enterable? No, it's not. You can't enter. It's just decoration. What other places existed? There was this other... where you eat with Carrie. There's also the Cinnamon quest, which is a really weird quest. There was this cake, it's something cake with the Cinnamon quest, but I forgot. Okay, here's at least a food vendor. This is where you have the gig with where our friend Johnny takes control, I think.
Fuck this country. What do? Want to have a look at your menu? Yeehaw! Right away, partner.
Yeehaw! Oh man. It's kind of cool that you also remember these places. That I found very nice. There's so much memorable stuff in this game. Unfortunately, I can't remember the diner. No, this is unenterable. No, it's we can't enter. Isn't this where you have the quest of... Who is the woman though? Cynthia or so was her name. She is the wife of... Who? Isn't it the barkeeper? The Valentino barkeeper in Mama Well's bar? I think that's his wife. And there's a weird quest with her as well. What state's interesting? I think you meet her here somewhere. Isn't it this building here? Is there a risk of food poisoning?
So what's cooking? Depends. What are you craving?
Sandwich, burger, oh, sushi. Mmm, sushi. You have to stalk her, yeah. Something is coming out though. She does something with a Ripper dog or something like that. I forgot what the outcome was, but she was not cheating on her husband. I can't remember the outcome though. Nope, here you can't enter. Here you could enter. I forgot what she did here though. Yeah, modified skin, something like that. I don't know. She had some modifications because of some stuff. She was ashamed of who she was before, whatever, something like that. I think it was a pretty cool quest, or pretty decent quest. Because I still remember it, so it must have been kind of left an impression on me. Even though it's just, I played this like 2 years ago or so, it's too long. Child was red-headed, yeah, something like that, I don't know. Mark O'Connell, was it that? We can maybe look it up, I'm just curious. Cyberpunk 2077 wiki. Which are some of the ethical consequences of a world like this. Yeah, exactly. Quest will fail. She can. Alternative, you have the option to hear Cynthia out. She will reveal that the man is not a lover but her ripper dog. She elaborates that her entire physical appearance is artificial, being the result of implants. At this point he must leave the building. There are two options: tell him the truth, or that he must talk to Cynthia himself. Tell the truth, he will be shocked and upset over his wife's long-term. Yeah, I think we did the best outcome for that. The gig was called, yeah, Raymond Chandler Evening. Oh yeah, there's a start. I remember the start of this quest. There were two Valentinos who harassed somebody, and you can step in. And I remember I punched them in the face with my bare fist, and I one-shotted both of them because I was fully upgraded. My punching perks. I had no gorilla arms though, so that was kind of even more impressive. Yeah. I even remember that you can find a note about some company having to remove a fridge. Yeah. I don't want to spoil that. That was that was also cool because this badass hacker you hear so much about in the game, like he's built up so well, and then yeah, you find out stuff. It was also very interesting. That you can find this person, like you hear so much about in the game. That was also pretty cool, I have to admit. It's kind of interesting when you can clip through walls. You always ask yourself, what is behind this door? And often the answer is nothing, unfortunately. Yeah, it's not said explicitly. You have to connect the dots yourself. I found him by pure accident. And then I learned who that was that I found and thought, okay, then it's this guy, this absolutely legendary hacker dude. That was a very cool moment because in the stream I always like read not everything, but a lot of the things here. Here's a restaurant. Was this? That was the one we just visited. Let's see, Imbiss. Let's maybe make a bit of haste here. I'm still curious, where's this cake diner or whatever you call this? Where you eat with Rachel and forgot the name of the cinnamon person. This is completely wrong. Cake diner. I could swear it was also somewhere in this region. So weird. Where was that? Buffalo. At least.
Hello.
Can't talk to him. Can I sit down here somewhere? Forgot what this place here was. I have to slow down, else I'm not able to get behind that thing here.
Mr. Whitey here. Drop that milquetoast kibble and rush to the nearest store for a taste of sweet, sweet, sweet clean speed. 'Cause life is too short to be slow.
Mr. Stud, all night, every night. Don't be sorry.
Can't move behind this, it's interesting. Can't also not interact with the men there. Interesting. This toilet has seen better days. Oh, is Morgan Blackhand? Will we meet him in DLC? Potentially. There's also Bugbear, the other hacker. You free her, maybe she also appears in the DLC. Cake Diner. Where could it be? There's one place I remembered. But this other place I do not. No, here it was definitely not. I can't remember where that was. Like, it's just too long ago. Here's the burger thing. Nothing here. Wait, let me just... Oh, game just crashed. Too much flying around. Game doesn't like this too much. The talk to me mod, it might be interesting. I just realized Spider-Murphy was 2 years younger than me at the time of bombing Arasaka Tower. Yeah. Always kind of scary if stuff gets too real. You could try the autosave. I'm not sure if that's a good idea because flying usually kills me. We survived. And here was the other burger thing that we found. Interestingly, in this burger I can't interact with anything. Also can't remember where you... in which diner you meet with Takamura. Doesn't look like this, doesn't look here. It's more an area where it would be possible. An idea. Oops. Tools, patient, casino pool. What is the casino pool? Good clouds. I can't remember what was this mission here. You can go inside, but there's nothing. No idea what this place here was. I have won it last time, but I can't remember this place. Now it's kind of interesting. You can land here and walk around. I can't go inside. Was it a dream sequence? Possible. Definitely put out. Here was something you had to get. I don't know. Is this Carrie's home? Or is this one Carrie's home? Yeah, I think this one is Carrie's. I don't know. I can't know. Or this one? Yeah, this one was Carrie's. But this is all far too wealthy. That's kind of cool to fly through all the areas here. Bit of exploring this by flying around is kind of fun. Oh, that is interesting. I didn't know there's a road here. Never knew that. With Cowman, no, the dream sequence with Cowman is outside of the map, completely at a different place. Interesting. I can even show you in case people are interesting. Cowman's place is completely... you get teleported to a really far outside place. It's on the map, but it's at a, let's call it, secret place. Here it is. This is the Cowman sequence, the dream place. It looks not bad at daytime. But this is where the dream sequence is. Here you also see the weird lighting. Here's the dissolve thing. I have a bit trouble controlling this at this speed. You also have the music. It's kind of interesting that this exists and they build it so far outside of the map that you can't see it. But yeah, it's interesting. This here is all basically abandoned lands of the race people and the voodoo people. What's it called? Voodoo boys. Where could we meet with Takamura? This is too far north already. I would suspect here is somewhere the statue. It's hard to see because we are so high up now. There's Jig Street somewhere here. To find Jig Street you have to find the statue. I never see it. Should be here somewhere in between. Strange, I don't see it. Am I wrong? No. Here's the harbor, here's the thing. Here should be Jig Street somewhere. Strange. Am I completely off? No, here's V's apartment. Hä? Chat, am I stupid? Okay, my orientation is far worse than I thought. Or I'm just blind. Here's Jig Street. Here's the statue. It looks from up there, it's hard to see. Yeah, it's in the middle of Japantown, right? Am I in Japantown? Yeah, this is Japantown here. I mean, there is... Oh, that was stupid. What am I doing that? I need to make this slower because it's so hard to navigate with the speed. I mean, it's not... I mean, there's also... I know there's a place down here somewhere. Yeah, this place. I think here you meet him one time as well, but that's not the diner I was talking about. But here maybe, this looks somewhat familiar.
Get the latest trusted scoop on Night City, only on N54 News.
Okay, here's a restaurant. Junk shop. Another food place. Okay, we just go through the wall. This was of this was not the.
I want to order something.
Go ahead.
Let's eat a hot dog. Mmm. This is wrong. Not the place I was looking for.
Hey there.
I'm not sure if it even shown on the map as a meeting point.
Feeling kind of peckish.
Think we can help you with that?
Synthetic meat, you're in for a treat. Try ours today.
How you look is all that matters. With Anjali Cosmetics, you can be anyone and have everything.
A man comes out of one all the hot dogs. Exactly. There was an elevator nearby too. Here's elderly samurai fan. Yeah, in the market you can buy the samurai pose costume. I could imagine it was in the Valentino area, not in the Japan area, but I forgot where the Valentino area is. More the Asian stuff here. It's also kind of connected to that. I can look it up somehow. Tom's Diner. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's there's a teleport point for it. No. Yeah, that is the place I was looking for. Okay. I just use search for Tom's Diner location. It's in Little China. Okay. Is this close to this place here? Okay, we go to this to Embers. Must be in close to Embers, it seems. Embers over there. Let's go to warp 6 or something, so we get there a bit faster. Here's Embers. Let's see if we can find this. Tom's Diner. Is this Tom's Diner? No, it doesn't look right. Why can't I find it, chat? The first one, yeah, the first one. You also see Valentino stuff. That looks roundabout right. I think it was in the Valentino area. Let us see. Diner. Oh god. That's why I don't find it. It's on the other side of the river. How do we get there, chat? Other side of the river. Is this? Okay, we need speed. Rocket launch, yeah, this is the other side of the river. Here it is. Here's a riot, I think, yeah, this is the other thing. This here? Ouch. No. But it could be somewhere here. Oh, that is Afterlife. That's wrong. Why is it so hard to find, chat? Here's Tom's Diner. I think we found it. Yeah, here it is. Well, that's tough to find. Oh, here we can also have a drink with someone with the mod. And it would be cool if we could have a drink with Takamura, even though he potentially is angry at us.
Well, what's up, V?
But kind of cool that you can have like a drink with Panem or whoever. That's a really cool mod. I feel like this should be in the base game though.
Alright, I'm out. Take care.
Talk soon, V.
It would be cool if you could meet some of the NPCs and characters in the game. And I think here, I think you sit with Takamura. It would be cool if you could sit here again. I can also have a drink alone. Sometime later. Unfortunately, I can't interact with the vendor here. That's a bit unfortunate. What is this symbol over there? Is it Ripper Dog? It is. I think here...
I was thinking about swapping some chrome. You got any new toys?
Have a look.
I wonder how does the basketball court look like, where you can sit with the priest godfather. What was that again? That's in the Glen or something like that, right? Maybe it doesn't work with Victor? Or don't have it activated. No, Immersive Rippers is activated, so I have the mod installed. I don't know exactly if here's an interaction possibility. Maybe we need to find a different Ripper Dog. Maybe it doesn't work with Victor because he's like a story NPC or something like that. Well, just to test all the modding stuff out. Okay, it might be more difficult to find a Ripper Dog than I thought it would be. Ouch. I'm almost always a bit afraid that the game crashes, which can happen if you go this fast through buildings and stuff. Where do I have to go? Here.
So, as I was saying,
You mind taking a look at my chrome?
Here it works.
sure. Make yourself comfortable.
This is now new. This is what the mod basically does. You can sit down on the chair and talk to the Ripper Dogs. That they changed. You can try to get stuff and so on. I have very little upgrades because I played my character with as little chrome as possible.
Let's make this quick.
The fixer one that you meet in the street kit opening. Yeah. The Padre, right? You mean Padre?
Appreciate it. Thanks.
I forgot where that is though.
My oh my, look at him, so handsome.
Ouch. It's close to the close vendor. Let's see if I can find that. Oh, you meet Carrie. Yeah, this place here. There it is. It should be shown. Okay, yeah, we'll look into this in a moment. Let me just check the last diner. The second last, I should say. Here it is. It really is here close to this thing. I didn't saw it was so deep into 6th Street territory, but it is. No, we are still not fully done yet. It must be, though, that you can't... Yeah, it's this place here. Isn't it? You can't go inside, right? Can somebody see the where you meet Carrie? It must be somewhere here close as well. I thought it would be this place here, but it is not. Here it is, I think. Not sure if you can go inside. You can go inside. Yeah, here you meet with Carrie.
Hello.
Got anything to chew on?
You would think, this being an eatery?
Fruit. An apple. Okay, this was an expensive apple, I have to admit. I didn't expect it would be this close to this thing here. Interesting. So this is...
Oh, hey there.
I think this year seed or this year, either one of those two it might be. It's interesting that a lot of diners are here in this place. I want to fly a bit faster. No. That is the... Here we had the Johnny Silverhand bar thing. Yeah. Okay, it's not that. It's not the one I was looking for. No, this is the robbery thing. Okay, here's another one. And this is also different, I think.
Get out of town before it's too late.
This is another quest. I forgot which one it was though.
Oh, watch it. You'll swallow a fly.
I think the follow-up quest.
What do I say?
Pies. That's the name how it's called. With a Z at the end. Pies, Cyberpunk 2077 location. Kind of fascinating too. It's not that long that I played this particular quest. Yeah, you can't eat there? That's unfortunate. Here's pies. Yeah, this is where you have the cinnamon quest. Oh, here you have some interesting options. Stealth runner, we haven't checked this. Yeah, here you talk with Rachel and Joshua, I think was the name.
What you playing at?
You can't order food here, it's interesting.
It's a beautiful day, huh?
Don't make me mad. You will not like me when
Okay, this was Pies. And now we have to find Padre, right? Padre. I think Padre's part is here somewhere. Here. Is this where he resides as well? I haven't done his quest because I think I'm not the hugest fan of his morale. I have to admit. Usually his quests are pretty scumbag quests. I might have missed out on some good quests regarding good old Padre. Here, you mean this place here?
I'm here.
Hey, listen, you ever...
I'm here.
Hey, listen, you ever, check up on Mama Wells? Might need someone, now that Jackie's gone.
She's a strong woman. She'd do just fine without me.
You know what I mean. Jackie had his secrets. Someone might want to get even.
Nobody will touch her. Trust me. And besides, you should also stop by and see her. It's only right.
Let me see, I have... Yeah, path tracing still activated. Isn't here also the box fight with, what is his name? Cesar, I think is the name, right? Kind of interesting. Good old memories. So the box fights were very annoying, I have to admit.
Everything sucks.
Want to hear a joke? Hey, yourself.
Hello?
I miss my sister.
Do you need something?
Yeah? What's up in the big world?
But yeah, that is, I assume, the basketball field you were talking about.
What's your problem?
I also should maybe get rid of the turn back, nothing out there for you thing. What was this piano music?
Good thing the guy had otherwise
Why's everyone got it out for me?
Don't rub me.
you want, friend?
Okay, I think the mod, I have this weird talk mod. I think what it does is that NPCs sometimes randomly just say something to you when you pass by. Not bad, to be honest. But not all of them do it.
What's up? I'm not afraid of anyone.
What's good to eat?
All kinds of stuff. Here's our menu.
The good old menu. I have to admit, what is... Oh, you can eat a pudding. That's interesting. Wow, he just has a pudding in his hand. That's kind of funny. I think the sandwich always looks best. Looks more like a burger, to be honest. Okay, sandwich versus burger? No, it looks pretty similar to the burger. Interesting. Tom's Diner. Speaking of that we also visited.
Do you want something or are you just staring?
And yes, that with the other mod, you can often just talk to vendors and they sell stuff. Oh, do they also say kiosk in English? They do. Interesting. Well, it doesn't sound like a classic German word when it comes to that, but I'm just surprised. It's also very similar. Pretty cool. Okay, Birchman, anything else you want to check?
I'm waiting for a friend.
Kiosk is also in Polish. Okay, it's in, now I'm curious where the word comes from. Sounds like... I don't know, like a word with some history. Okay, it's a French word in original. But it's from Italian, and they imported it from Ottoman Turkish, from Persian, Middle Persian. That's the origin of the word. That's interesting. Walking sim is great for me. I mean, I think it's also kind of interesting.
A kiosk.
It's a beautiful day, huh?
That's the French pronunciation. Interesting. In Turkish it's kösk. I'm not sure if it's pronounced kösk, to be honest. It's Ottoman Turkish, so it's... And they have it from Persian. There's no pronunciation here, so I'm not sure how it's pronounced exactly. But it's interesting that as the word has its origin. Mittelpersisch. Interesting. That this word has made it in so many languages. I wasn't even aware that... I think I looked it up at some point in the past and was amazed by it as well.
Me?
Also, do you see that the characters don't have the loading bug anymore? That was because of the mod I have installed, the LOD change mod. That caused some trouble here and there. Well, look, the police is doing stuff. Oh, that was too far. Ouch. What are they even shooting at, chat? Oh, look at this. I need to make my movement a bit slower. Who are these? Oh, Valentinos, oh no. Now I wonder if it went from Poland to east or west. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, both would make sense. Oh, what was that? This guy has some serious implants. And the police just says, nope, we're out of here. Okay, police is back. Who will win? Only one police officer left. Not looking good for him. I think the Valentino might win. I think though this event that we just saw is they patched some stuff like this in later. I don't think it's a mod because I don't have the police system upgraded mod installed. So it must be vanilla, I think.
Oh, watch it. You'll swallow a fly.
But good that we could do this. It's kind of, in my opinion, important that they add stuff like this to, like I said, it makes the world feel a little bit more alive, if that makes sense. Pretty decent stuff. Some of these posters though. Nice weather today. What's also interesting in this context is like how much stuff they must have made up for this game. Like all these companies and the music and I don't know. Of course there's some real world inspiration for maybe a lot of this stuff, but since it's more sci-fi, more cyberpunk, it's very different compared to, so for example, the stuff you see in GTA. That makes sense. I mean, there's a pen and paper system that is this year's based on, so of course there was a lot of writing. I think the inventor of the pen and paper system also wrote on this game here. Yeah, you're right. A lot of it was already in the tabletop for sure. But still, they had to visualize everything, draw everything, create all these posters and stuff like this. So that really impresses me quite a bit. Yeah, Mike Pondsmith. A lot of the lawyer. He wrote a lot of the stuff. I saw him in several Gamescom interviews back in 2020, I think it was. Was it 2020? Maybe it was 2019, I don't know. Most likely it was 19 because the game was supposed to come out earlier. I can't remember. 2020 Gamescom, I think 2020 was already pandemic year, so there was no Gamescom, or if I remember, do I remember it wrong? Okay, Mr. Policeman despawned, but we can steal his weapon. We could also teleport to our apartment really quick. This song that we hear in the background is from, is there a poster of them? The Cracks, I think is the name. There are also sometimes posters of them somewhere. Maybe we can find one. I have to be careful. I feel often like diving into this poster stuff. Here. No, it was not her. Okay. Uh-oh. It would kill us. This is the wrong direction, Chris. You have to go to the more wealthy direction, which is here. And sometimes of them you see like a poster here somewhere. I forgot where it was though. Maybe they switch also from time to time. Here, those, the Cracks. Here they are. They make a commercial for Karoshi, which I also used at the beginning. I have to admit though, the eyes are, in my opinion, strange. The other song was from Edge Runner. Oh yeah, speaking of Edge Runner. No, it was not here. Maybe I have to look it up what it does.
Piss off, slacker. Another fucking weasel.
Oh yeah. This is how it works. So yeah, this is a mod called Stealth Runner, I think, and it adds to every mission like specific pacifist, no touch, and so on objectives. So it's kind of cool, and also gives you this particular tree, which for example allows you to also pickpocket enemies or people now. I mean, we could just try this out. We have perks available still. Enemies carrying shards and access cards are indicated with icon. That's pretty cool. Allows you to take control of civilians' camera when standing next to one without a cyber deck. Pickpocket enemies will have an amount of eddies based on their type and level. Okay, the pickpocket thing, I think it might be interesting. Positioning reveal. Upon entering combat, you take 50% less damage the next time you are hit. Cyber Ninja melee attacks don't trigger combat. Oh, and they D25. That sounds very strong. If you are not in combat, you will be undetectable while using commuter terminals. That is pretty strong. When executing a takedown on a tagged enemy, the closest tagged human enemy on the same network within 5 minutes suffers the same effects. Line of sight is not required. Okay, that's kind of cool as well. Now we all need to find somebody who we can pickpocket. Police is probably not ideal. This is police, this is police. I liked Carrie's questline with the ArchiveXL. Yeah, that was a pretty cool one, I agree. I'm not sure how many outcomes there are for this particular quest. My biggest question is, where do we find some enemies? This area is potentially not ideal for enemies, I think. Maybe go somewhere. This area as a whole is potentially not that gang infested. Aha. It's police again, that's unfortunate. Police, maybe I can't do pickpocket them. What are you doing now? We're testing the Edge Runner mod. The Stealth Runner mod. And for example, it allows us to pickpocket people now. The problem is I need to find an enemy that I can pickpocket. That's currently my biggest problem. Yeah, not sure where this baseball bat came flying from. It looks shady enough for a potential enemy or little group. In the Maelstrom territory would be probably. Yes, I just hope I'd find some Valentinos or some Tiger Claws here. Ah. Promise they are not looking into the right direction. It works, chat. It kind of works. That's cool.
It's hopeless. The whole world is fucked.
He's not wrong. So that's pretty cool. To have this. Like I said, they also added some of these stealth objectives and so on in this thing here. Complete 7 ghost objectives. And you can see playthrough stats. People kill. It's not correct because I haven't started the game, so it potentially doesn't count it correctly. But if you make a normal playthrough, you could, for example, say, okay, we try to not kill anybody, and then you get additional perk points for this, which I find a very cool idea. That you, It's not like you press a button and get free perk points like I usually do it, but you have to complete, if you play like a gig or something, like some of these missions in the game. Like let's say you play, I don't know whatever it is. Track job. Yeah, here you see it actually. Find the SUV and there's a ghost, shadow, pacifist, no touch optional thing, and it's now shown and the game keeps track of it and it rewards you for doing so, which I find very cool. You basically ripped a mod out of his spine. Maybe he had it not installed and had something else or so, I don't know, but you might be right. Okay, let's maybe fly somewhere where we have more enemy density. Is this north? This is not north, this is south. I think. We are already north, okay, so Maelstrom territory should be somewhere here, right? At the harbor place. Shit, I'm completely lost. No, here it is. Oops, wrong button. Here's Maelstrom. No scavs. Tiger Claws. Okay, we're in Tiger Claw. There are too many. I can't pickpocket there. Jet, why is my orientation so bad? No.
I've been on my feet for hours. Look, I don't talk.
Also Tiger Claws, isn't it? No, it's Maelstrom. Also only one.
Mercy! I did nothing to you. No, I don't want to die.
We stole his pens. Okay. Took care of these people. They usually have pretty cool motorcycles. I have to admit though. Isn't this the yeah, this I think the Jesse Cox mission. Pretty nice. You think weapons would be nice? Yeah, the grilling, this thing looks really cool. With this fantastic mod, which I can also recommend, you can also change the color. In my opinion, pretty sweet. Okay, you can turn off the light as well. I'm still curious. Like, I could swear it will not always cast shadows. But it seems to do. Very unfortunate. I could swear it was different on Wage Race. Maybe I changed an option. But it's at least a bit more soft now, the shadow. But yeah, it looks pretty nice, I have to admit that. Dunk. Not funny. It's already broken. Careful. I did double tap the button, that's why I move forward. I want to pickpocket this guy. Arasaka Kabuto.
Not your turf, amigo.
Doesn't work. But yeah, it's a pretty cool little addition to the game, in my opinion. You can pickpocket people. I stole his boots.
Shit. Better investigate.
I investigate. Somebody stole my boots. What is this place? Oh, you know what this place is? This is where they what do you call it? Kidnapped a monk. And remember, there's also the funny clip here in this. They changed this place though quite a bit, I think. I'm not sure. No, it didn't. Here, one of the NPCs, of the enemy NPCs, was stuck here in between this container here. And to kill and end the combat, I had to get a tech rifle and shoot him through the container. I remember that mission. Also, of course, Maelstrom. Or it was Scavengers, I'm not sure. Here we also found... doesn't it work? Or maybe it doesn't work because of the mode. Here we also found the corpse of Meredith Stout, I think was her name. I'm not sure if we will find her again. It was a bit difficult to find. No, it's not here, it's I think somewhere over here. Let's say our mission outcome wasn't ideal for her. Survival in our playthrough. It's like an Easter egg, you will never find her. Somebody found her, I think by accident, looked it up or posted it somewhere, and I saw it, you can find her corpse, something like that. I just can't remember, yeah, no, is it here? I'm even sure if she can spawn here, to be honest, if I'm in this mode. Currently still in the this is completely wrong. I think it must be closer to the wall over there. There's so many cool Easter eggs. Okay, maybe for this particular place we need a little bit more flashlight power. What was that sound? I'm not sure where it was, in which direction though, so it might be very difficult to see her. I've shown it on stream in the past. I found her once. Potentially I should use my supersonic mode here. It's very difficult to see down here. Very hard to see if you don't know the exact position. I think you can... I'm not sure if there's a hint for that in the game, or if you have to just find this by accident. I would assume you can only find this by accident. Otherwise, it's just too tough to find. And also last time we know the position, I looked it up to find it, and I think we also searched for quite some time to find. I'm not sure where it is exactly, maybe it was here at the corner. Like I said, I can't fully remember it. I just know you can find her here. Maybe you can see it easier from below. Just a lot of objects, but I don't know. I don't see it right now. No, no chance without knowing where it is. Okay. It says it's here somewhere, which is also kind of what I remember. Or she despawned already because we found her once. I'm not sure how far out it was. Ah, here's she.
Militech don't forgive. Militech don't forget.
Acquaintance of yours?
Yep. Familiar face from my past life.
Poor Meredith. Meredith Stout. Yeah. Here we found it. There's even the thingy, and Johnny Silverhand also appears here. So yeah, it's one of the outcomes. There are many different outcomes of this quest. She can also survive this. It's not like she always dies. But yeah, it's real fascinating. This one in particular is really hard to find though, because I think there is not a single clue of, like, even though we knew roundabout where to look for it, it still took us some time to find. I assume you just find this by accident and then learn it from the internet. But it's kind of cool that there's still so much little stuff to discover in the game. But yeah. But yeah, nice that I could maybe, excuse me, and maybe showcase some mods of this game and a bit of nice graphics. I'm looking really forward to the expansion, I have to admit. Like, so curious what they will do in that. I just hope, yeah, I don't know, they can leave a little bit behind the messy start this game had and deliver a good DLC or a good expansion for it that has a quality of what we, for example, know of the Witcher games, that expands the game a little bit, fixes a few things more, adds a few things. That would be pretty awesome, in my opinion, if they could just do this. And like I said, it's so unfortunate. Like when this game came out, I was so hyped, and I even planned making a lot of content, but I did not expect the game would be in such a rough state. And other games come out and are just done and work better. Like look at Resident Evil 4 Remake or so. It also has some glitches for sure, but most of the time it's not even close. I mean, sure, it's a different kind of game. It has less scope and so on, but still at least works on release. And a lot of other development studios do this as well. So it's kind of difficult for me, like I explained this in previous streams already, to make content for a game that, I don't know, it's just basically an early beta version at most, maybe a late alpha, that kind of runs with like bazillions of glitches, and they charge full price. Like if it would be an early access game, okay, there would be a different story, and people would be at least warned that the game is not finished yet, but the state in which they released this game, it was just so incredibly, like, it was an audacity, especially on consoles, and that, yeah, I don't know. I felt like, it felt in my perspective wrong covering it, or even though it had good opponents, good components in it, and good elements, and so on and so forth, and I even liked it, and thinks the writing and so on is incredible, but it was hard to kind of justify that in comparison. Like there were other games that deserved it more, in my opinion, because they just were finished products. At the end of the day, it's a software, it's a product. You buy it, you expect it works, and when it doesn't, especially on a lot of consoles because of, I don't know, stupid business decisions, then it's a problem. But still, after all of that, I can't deny that I really like this game. Like, it's just, we're talking for hours here, walking through the game like a walking simulator, and look at beautiful lighting effects and so on. That is, yeah, just how fascinating this game is. There are very few games that I just start and open just to look at it, because I kind of find it beautiful. Like, look at this here. Looks fantastic here. It's pretty cool. It is well written. Just hope they can, I don't know, end this whole controversial launch of this game on a high note with a good expansion, and see what comes after that. What happened to this car? Looks interesting. I think that might be a weird effect or a little glitch. I'm not sure. Very interesting to see. Okay, chat. I would say I call it a day. It's already very late for me. Next time we might look into Resident Evil again, or Millennia or so. I'm not sure yet. It was more like a test stream. It streamed longer than I thought I would. My voice also lasted longer than I expected it would last. So that is pretty good. Still need a bit of recovery. But yeah, doing pretty well, I have to admit. So at least I'm kind of happy that I streamed again and could test this out and have something to upload. Very glad that Birchman and also Bibzuda that you joined here, and maybe also some other people lurking in the background. Very glad you people enjoyed the stream. Little presentation. As said, I might do, as soon as I can, narrate a little bit better again. I really want to make this like a little standalone video for the gaming channel, covering this particular path tracing upgrade and what can people expect that don't have a 4080 or 4090, and maybe on the same boat with a 30 series card. and so on. It might be interesting for some people. I planned this video when this update came out though, so it's unfortunate. Probably won't get many views, but whatever. And yeah, as said, I also plan on making maybe a little mod video, like what cool mods exist for this game and so on, because I think what the community did with all the modding stuff really impresses me, and maybe people are interested in what mods are actually good and are recommendable for this game, what might even enhance your player experience in a way if people want that. So yeah, that's definitely something I would like to cover as well. And as said, I still want to get S+ on Professional on Resident Evil, so we have to play through the game in less than 5.5 hours, I think, to get S+ and save less than 15 times, if I remember correctly. So that's maybe the next one of the next projects, but keep in mind that in 4 something days, when is it, 28th, 29th, the Star Wars game comes out. I want to play that as well. Let me see, do I have Steam open? No. Okay, there's a lot of stuff coming out. Did you people see the trailer for okay, so of course it's not in the list. Star Wars Jedi Survivor comes out at the 28th of April, so that's when we most likely will play it. We played the Jedi Fallen Order also here on the channel, so looking forward to that game as well. So far, impressions and so on, people was very positive. So yeah, looking forward to that game. We have Satisfactory as well. I would have played more stuff in the meantime if I wouldn't have gotten sick, but it threw me quite a bit back. I'm a bit sorry for letting some people down here, potentially wanting to watch streams and content and so on. But yeah, Jedi Survivor might be a thing. Just because we spoke a little bit about graphic stuff, there was another game. What was the name of the game? There was a demo that got quite a bit of what do you call it? Unrecord. Good that you know the name instantly. It got coverage, is what I wanted to say. A bit of coverage, and people were talking, oh, it looks really good. And it looks really good, don't get me wrong. I think we can look into this really quick and just briefly talk about this before I end the stream. Just so I have the current gaming news stuff kind of covered, because it's also interesting to see. Let me just see if there's any other. I forgot any news. Doesn't look like it. Let's crank up the thing here. Yeah, Unrecord is the name of the game. I think it's a small developer, maybe just a few persons, maybe only one person, I forgot. Let me just see, how do I record this? This here might do the trick. So yeah, this is the footage of it, and some people couldn't believe that this is like in-game. We put it on highest resolution, it's the highest resolution available. And it looks really, visually really impressive. And people think it's like real footage that was filmed in a way and with filters and stuff that looks like a video game. But I can definitely tell that it's definitely a video game. And it's like you play the police and shoot people and so on. I don't know. They try to be very realistic with that. And yeah, the lighting in this game like is really impressive. That you have to give credit to these people. I think they use potentially photogrammetry or so that the texture quality and so on looks like really high quality. On top of that, there is a lot of motion blur and stuff, a lot of blur stuff in the footage. You rarely have like a really good shot where everything is absolutely crisp, so you can look at the stuff. So yeah, but it gives you an idea potentially what graphic-wise might await us in the future, right? Yeah, certain elements where it covers, like I feel like the game. This is one of the few scenes here, for example, the metal barrels kind of give it away a little bit. Also the perspective is kind of weird. This here also looks very. Here you also see some details that look kind of off. If you look very closely, we can just go through a few scenes at the moment, just that people have seen this stuff here. So yeah, graphically it's very impressive, I have to admit. Like this here, like the horizon is very bright. You have some weird artifacts here at the mast for whatever reason. The pond here is not perfectly. For example, here you see something popping in this particular scene. If you look very closely, you see he barely moves, suddenly something pops in. It could be that it's just a perspective thing, but I think it's a rendering thing. I have to admit, in this scene here, the background, the trees look really good. But I said, this green stuff here, can you see, I'm not sure if you can see my mouse cursor here. Maybe you can't, so I should maybe change that. No, the cursor is captured, so I don't see it right now. Here you see it now, okay. So the green stuff here looks, in my opinion, also slightly off, like from the reflections. Like this part here, if you close it, you can definitely see that this is potentially video gamey. The wall looks really good. The lighting, I know what it is, but they do a lot of things right with lighting. But they also kind of with the camera, like you have these. I feel like it's like a body cam filming this. The perspective is always a bit off, and it has a really right angle. So it looks very realistically. Did they say what kind of game it is? I think it's you play like maybe, I'm not sure. I've not looked too deep into it. All I know is you play like police people, and potentially you have like a gang or so in this particular building, or you have like mission. I could assume it's like missions like this. It tries to be very realistic. I'm not sure if it's multiplayer. I don't think so though. And you have to find out particular stuff, and they try to be extremely hyper realistic and give you this found footage look, almost like, you know what I mean? It's just kind of interesting. But yeah, here I think another giveaway from this is this stair here. This front part of the stair, like, it's so blurry. I think if you would this without motion blur in full 4K resolution, it wouldn't look half as good. I think I could even imagine this footage was captured at a lower resolution and then scaled up a little bit, just so everything looks a little bit more washed out. But some of these details, the grass here also, I think the way it casts shadows is a little bit off at times. This particular part looks very gamey. I mean, it's not impossible that real stuff looks like this. I said the reflection here, this thing gives it away. The background looks far too real, like that looks really impressive. But you also never, like this is potentially one of the best shots I can get of it. And you see this place here, this little building here in the background. I'm not sure if you can look through this little window here. But if you can, then it potentially doesn't cast the shadows right, I think. And then inside the building it becomes more apparent. Here it looks like a video game, a really good looking video game. But not much. Just see it here at the door, you know, some of the reflections on the ground, some texture repetition you notice here and there. It looks really good though. Like, you have to definitely look a few times to see it. This animation looks a bit weird, like just from the speed of it. And the size of the door in relation to your character looks really strange. It might be the wide angle lens though, but then oh, here was I think a detail. Yeah, there's an object on the table that is in a very weird angle, and the casting of the light seems not correct here on this object. So it's also like a detail where you see it's just very blurry. And when you make stuff very blurry, it looks, of course, more realistic. Here you also see some rendering artifacts, potentially from ray tracing stuff or so. We see this in Cyberpunk a lot. Might also just be the motion blur. This looks really good, though, this thing here. And then another giveaway is the smoke of the gun. The smoke of the gun looks definitely not real. Here in this scene's okay, but now, see this smoke here now coming out of the gun? That's 100% game smoke. Here the, what do you call this, radiator here at the wall. I think it doesn't cast the shadow correctly. So it looks a bit off, a bit uncanny. You know what I mean? This looks definitely like video game graphics. Same with this part here of the window. Like the first shot here looks really nice. Like this here where you see it a bit sharper. It looks still like a render. Same here, the radiator is not perfect yet. Stuff like this. Yeah, I can totally now that you are looking closely. The thing that seemed weird to me is was an FPS where you're controlling everything while the gun moves in the strange ways. Yeah, that is true. The gun movement seems very like they definitely captured a certain yeah, I don't know, realism with that in a way that it looks like strange, or not strange, but it looks like really realistic. Let me see if we see some reflection stuff here on the ground. And so far it looks okay. Oh, the kick might be interesting to look at. Yeah, the kick also looks very gimmicky in a way. See, look at the kick. I'm not sure. Looks like a bit video gamey, I have to admit. Here it's dark. Darkness with few light stuff. You see some artifacts here on the handrail on the thing. It might be also, you could imagine that they use some ray tracing techniques here. Might be the case, but you definitely see the handrail is not real. The wall here also. This wall here, the repetition, this contrast here. You definitely see that that's not. This looks really good though. Like the reflection here on the ground. Very nice. This scene here looks really good. The barrels look a little bit they look very good. But you know, the bottom of these barrels and so on here, I think this slightly clips into the lower part and so on. And maybe they're not perfectly round. Yeah, you see some corners here. Could be, of course, imperfection in the metal processing part, but you have to look twice, or like, don't get me wrong, it looks really, really good. But there are definitely parts of it where you can see that it is not real. But it's impressive what you can do these days with graphics. Yeah, here we see them again. There's a light going on. Here's a flashlight here. That's interesting. It's also kind of interesting that these little things are like very, very similar. If the texture is repeating here, if you look closely, like everything has, this here is potentially missing. Everything has the same, you know, shape and so on. That makes them look a little bit off, even though they look really, really good. It's really impressive tech, don't get me wrong, but as said, if you look very closely, you definitely notice a few things. Here's another giveaway. I think here's okay, but in the other room, look at the papers on the ground. There you notice that they look very video gamey. This wall here looks very fake, like this part here. And here, that's what I mean. Look at the papers on the ground. Like they are, you know what I mean? They are just they look like a texture of the ground, not like actual paper laying on the ground. Also this newspaper here and this newspaper here look very off, size-wise and paper-wise and so on. There's a lot of structure missing here. It looks like too thick. I think, let me just look at the reflection here at the wall. It flickers, I think, a little bit. No, it's in the window. It's not on the wall actually. I only saw the final minute before here in the warehouse. 1-2 Oscars, yeah. I'm very curious what comes out of this. We will see how good it looks. Now here's some normal mapping are potentially going on the thing. It looks a bit fake, this thing. The newspaper, as said, is always also a bit off how it is positioned and so on. I'm not sure if the person casts a good shadow though. See what I mean? I think the shadow casting of this person is not great. In this, like, if you have a light source from here, you might see the shadows should not be that soft. As a result, it looks... here we see the shadow. Okay, maybe it's okay. I'm not sure. Really hard to tell. There's something... something in the lighting in this room feels off for me personally. But yeah, it looks really good. I think the person who made this also made like a tweet showing flying around through the level and stuff. Yeah, that is another good point. Like, this dirty warehouse has potentially the most clean glass door ever. Still not fitting. Yeah, very good point. And what do you think of the controversy of being too realistic? Seems like there's not even blood that I saw. Yeah, true. I don't know. It might become a problem when games become just so photorealistic that it's really hard for most people to tell the difference. Maybe it's then too immersive or just too extreme in a way. Really hard to tell. I would love to try find the clip of that. Like, there was a tweet. And we see a bit more how the magic is done potentially. I haven't looked too much into this here. But yeah, here the person flies around through the level a little bit. You see how good the texture quality already is. It's really impressive. So yeah, this way of potentially... This place might exist in the real world to some degree, and they just photographed everything and transferred it into the engine in a very impressive way. There are also some new tools, I think, from the Unreal Engine 5, which they might have used here. And I think I'm already repeating the clip, but yeah, you see him flying through the level. So it is really impressive. Like, I don't know, I think the people who made this, well, that's really weird. I guess the character just moves on its own. Yeah, I'm not sure how they did this stuff. Maybe this is also... Maybe they used VR for it or something like that. I have no idea. But I find it really impressive. Like, I'm not trying to hate on this or anything, or just saying, oh, it's not impressive. It's really impressive. But it's... I think there are definitely just marks where you can make out that it's not real. Oh, I have not stopped this here. But yeah, it's... can maybe post here the tweet in chat. Let me just post it how I have it. There's potentially a timestamp in it. But here you get a closer look at how it actually looks when it's not moving. That I find very impressive. When the camera is not moving, you get a cleaner look at stuff. Not sure what this... Oh, that's potentially the hoof or so. There was also this Unreal 5 train station thing. This one here. Not sure in which. Interesting, the same resolution. Unfortunately, it's like a handy mobile phone video. And you see like a similar tech, I assume, what they use in the game. Just now in an actual game. This also looks like almost very tough to differentiate from a real thing. You see it at very small things here and there. But impressive how far the technology has come, I feel like. It's not that interesting, it's just like this particular place. Here you see that's a video game, in my opinion. Because how like direct light from a flashlight interacts with the environment. And with the fog and so on, you definitely notice. That's usually what gives it away. I think it's really hard to do. Though it's still insanely impressive. I assume these, like the flashlights usually are very bright in a video game, and this often reveals the imperfection in the textures and so on, kind of. Like you definitely notice something is off there. Even though it looks like really impressive. What you also notice is how bright the sky is here, which is very, I could say it's a camera effect or so, but for sure it is. But yeah, it's just very impressive how stuff can look these days. I think here also on the background you see some effects here and there of missing, like this here in particular, or this here, that looks like anti-aliasing is missing a little bit, or it's too low for what they try to do here in this detail. And you notice that some classic effects are there. The background in general is definitely lower resolution, like the wall here, it seems fake. The front here is very impressive. And the background is so far away that they get away with it, kind of. If you look very closely, you notice it. This here is really, this here is, my opinion, yeah, as close to photorealism as it gets right now. You notice it a bit again. Here, there's some effects between the pillars that wouldn't appear like this in the real world. See this lighting here changing. That's like a weird 3D rendering effect, I assume. I'm not sure what causes it exactly, but it looks a bit off. But we have to look really closely to figure these things out. I find the rails here really impressive. There's a lot of detail that you need to make it look this good. But I think these wooden parts here in the middle in the rail, they're a bit too clean for how it would actually look. But yeah, really impressive stuff, I have to admit. So yeah, that was basically a little extra here, just where to talk about. But it's an interesting discussion. If it's too realistic, like I think that will be a discussion we will have a lot in the future, especially with AI faking stuff and so on and so forth. That if it gets too good, then you can do a lot of damage with it and so on and so forth. So you can, for example, damage reputations of people by I don't know, making them stuff that I don't know, they would never do, but you know what I mean? People have trouble to differentiate if it's real or not. Like people, like, I don't know, I play a lot of video games, I have a decent knowledge when it comes to 3D graphics and computer graphics. I wouldn't say I'm an expert, definitely not, but let's say I'm enthusiastic enough to know a little bit and know what I have to look out for to make out if it's fake or if it's real, if that makes sense. And it becomes more and more difficult. But let's say people who aren't that deep into this, they could totally be fooled into thinking this was real footage, you know what I mean? That's kind of the problem in a way. I think it needs certain rules for sure. Like, and I hope that governments in the world in the upcoming years definitely look into this particular topic, that especially with ChatGPT, how it's handled, how the content is handled, how is this considered copyright-wise, and so on. There's so many questions in these fields, and I don't know. If it's too realistic. It's really hard to say. Like, I don't know. Video game graphics always improved. I remember when Max Payne 1 came out, and I thought it was, I don't know, in almost photorealism. If I look at Max Payne 1 today, I think, well, I was maybe a bit wrong there. But back in the day, it looked like mind-blowingly good. It was one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen. And then, yeah, if you look at it today, like, I also remember a game on the Nintendo 64, GoldenEye, also like an absolute graphic bomb back in the day. If you look at it today, you think, yeah, it's not that good. Oh, excuse me. The original Resident Evil 4 had me thinking I was in virtual reality when I was 14. Yeah, I definitely can relate to that. Like, in Resident Evil 4 actually looks pretty decent, even from by today's. Sure, you notice it's an older video game, but I think it still looks pretty good for considering its age. And so I can totally relate to this. Like, if you look, like, let's just look. Wait, we can just look Max Payne 1 gameplay. Let's see. Let's mute the sound here for a moment. Like, look at this. This looks not even close to the quality we just have seen a moment ago. And back in the day, this was mind-blowing graphic-wise. Like, today I scratched my head. That's not how I remember it looked. You know what I mean? It's just, yeah, really impressive. Like, especially the face of Max looked very impressive. Does he use a matrix mod? No. Look at his face. How beautiful it is. Was a starting cutscene there. But yeah, or GoldenEye and 64. There was, back in the day, that was graphic wise insanely impressive, and today it doesn't look that impressive anymore. I think though that the graphics are oh, you can't see a thing. Cyberpunk is up. Yo, sorry. Well, we have to watch it again. Like, this is GoldenEye from the Nintendo 64. I mean, that was back in the day was insanely impressive. Like, mind-blowingly good-looking game. And you look at this today and think, well, I would say the other footage looked a little better than this. And it did. It totally did. Let's go back to the Max Payne scene here. Look at his face. Back in the day, that looked insanely good. I have to admit, it's potentially upscaled with a mod or something. No, it's 720p. It still looks not bad, but it's not even close to photorealism, if that makes sense. But back in the day, this was such a huge step in video game graphics. It's kind of yeah, unbelievable how good it looked back in the day compared to today. It's pretty crazy how far things have gotten. Well, this blew my mind when it came out. Like, I just can't believe how good this game looks. Like, it's so impressive. And it doesn't look that good today anymore. Like, it looks decent. You can maybe get it because it looks better. But yeah, I don't know. This was 2001, I think it came out. Or 2000, something like that. Let me just double check. ...2001, yeah. And GoldenEye was No, it's a later GoldenEye. That was 1997, the other game. And yeah, it's really crazy how far things have come. Like look at this scene here. It doesn't look photorealistic even close. But back in the day, it was insanely good looking game. So we came really far when it comes to video games graphics. Or Max Payne 2 also a very beautiful looking game. I remember the faces look really decent, but you also see the proportions are a little bit off from the doors to Max. But the faces look really good back. It was like the era when it started. Look, this was 2003, I think. This game used the Havoc engine, or one of an iteration of it, before Half-Life came out. And yeah, it had really impressive physics stuff there very early on. Actually can't remember. Where's the warehouse at the beginning? They skip that? Here's the warehouse. This blew my mind back in the day. Okay, the car didn't look that great back in the day as well, I have to admit. But he has to go, I think, here through this thing here. And here you see these these things on the spiral. And when you walk, oh, he didn't crash it. Why didn't he do? You can walk against it and it falls over physically correctly. That blew my mind back in the day. Like I remember just I couldn't believe this thing. Unfortunately, the character doesn't do the important thing. Maybe I find a playthrough where somebody walks against this at the beginning. That would be awesome. Can we maybe not walk past this? These people, what's wrong with them? Well, we have to just imagine how it would have looked. Okay, I don't want to search it for half an hour, but yeah, that was also like a mind-blowing game back in the day. And today it's kind of standard that physics and ragdoll physics look like this. So some objects, like in this game, you also can't interact too much with many objects. Like often nothing happens if you walk against it. Oh, my game also just crashed. That's potentially the sign for end the stream, Chris. So let's show up the end screen thing here. It's yeah, it's pretty impressive, and how far graphics have come. And this might also potentially kick video games in a new direction. And maybe, I'm not sure. I think you can get used to a lot of stuff over time. When I was younger, I also didn't like gore that much. It's not like I like gore a lot more, but I'm far less impressed by it these days in comparison to when I was like, I don't know, 14 or something. That's definitely something I noticed. Them just, yeah, I don't know, I would call it, in German would say abgestumpft. I'm not sure what the English translation of this would be. Yeah, I'm not that sensitive to this simply anymore. Like, I think with 14, Resident Evil 4 would be far too brutal for me. Just from what you can do in this game, it's kind of mind blowing. In the current Resident Evil 4 and the remake, it's really intense, and yeah, I don't mind that too much anymore because I got used to it, and I think we will also get used to these even more realistic graphics and so on. But yeah, the question is always, how will this affect us? Is it too realistic? I think we can't stop that games will become more and more realistic. We have so much computation power in graphics cards currently that without doing extreme stuff like path tracing, you can't even fully utilize those cards often in a meaningful way. Like we see it with the 1490 and now here Cyberpunk with path tracing that is needed to kind of in 4K resolution. It's kind of impressive what you can do with that. One has to admit. And yeah, in smaller games, less open worldy, where you can focus more on your small hallway and put in all the details and lighting possibilities in existence into it, and use all the computational power you have, you can definitely make something, as we have seen with the other game, that almost, like, you definitely have to look twice to not think it's potentially real footage or not. It's it's just very impressive to see what you can do. I'm very curious how this might affect us. Soon enough, we will be on brain-computer interfaces as the only graphical advancement left. Yeah, that might be a possibility. But yeah, so far we still have to live with computer game graphics, and I mean, in a way, it's always a thing. The question is it worth pushing these graphics? And I feel like what is kind of holding it back a little bit is that a lot of very popular games that we play right now aren't really focusing on hyper-realistic graphics. That's not a trend we see. Like if we look at Counter-Strike or Valorant or something like that, they look good in their own way, especially Valorant with a more cartoony style. But what is more important is how well it plays and how much fun it is to play. And that is always what drives gaming first. And if you make a game that looks hyper-realistic but isn't as fun to play, then yeah, that's potentially not going to work. Like, you always need a fun game first. And these very big AAA games that we often see with open world sandbox stuff, they're just so expensive to make because you need so much space to fill with content that it becomes insanely taxing and resource consuming to push these hyper realistic graphics. Like Cyberpunk pushed it quite a bit, but you'd still see it's a video game. It looks gorgeous at times, and the lighting in this game is sometimes pretty sick, but it's still not even close to being mistaken for photorealism in any shape or form. It's just very impressive what it does on its scale. And I assume that it will be a very slow process till game developers are able to pump it. Maybe GTA 6 might be the game that pushes this boundary a bit more in the direction, because they just make so much money with their games that they can afford to make games this big with this high amount of graphic fidelity that you need. Because you always have to keep in mind, if you just have a small level with some small corridors that look photorealistic, it takes less resources than designing, like, I don't know, an open world that has the same graphical fidelity. And just a big difference in, like, a lot of work I think went into this graphical demonstration we saw of I forgot the name of this game. I don't know why I can't memorize the name. Unrecord, that was the name. Yeah, it's very impressive to see, but we have to wait and see what it does to people and so on. We will find out. And yeah, I'm very curious. Like, it's always nice to see these video games that push the limits further, what graphics can do. And some say this looks like truly next generation, and that might be true. But there's still, there's still far more what makes a good video game a very playable experience, if that makes sense, than just good graphics. And photorealism just eats so many resources and eats so many little details that you... Like that's basically the problem with the uncanny valley. Like, if you get closer and closer to photorealism, you notice subconsciously that something is off just when small details are not fully there. And that means you need, like, just so much more work to overcome these little inconsistencies. While when you have, like, let's say a comic art style, it works perfectly fine, because you are not even close to this uncanny valley aspect. Like, you notice it's not realistic, but you can still immerse yourself quite a bit. That's why anime and cartoons and stuff work so well, and also some stylized graphics work so well often. Doesn't have to try to be photorealistic, and just pushing this boundary in this direction is just a lot of effort. But we are currently, that is kind of impressive there, that we can, with real-time ray tracing and even path tracing, at even decent resolutions, we have currently the calculation power to actually push this boundary. So the technology is kind of there, if that makes sense. And that is pretty impressive to see. And you see how much, like I showed you at the beginning of the stream, this handrail and the staircase where the lighting in the background was not correct, and you turn off on path tracing and it looks just 10 times as good because the shadows are falling now correctly. It makes a huge difference. And yeah, either you do this by hand, placing these shadows kind of by hand there, or you make a system that does it for you. And the system that does it for you approach is just much cheaper, because you don't have to think so much about how it should look, and make it look realistically with all kinds of trickery, as we have done it with rasterization for the past 20 plus years. And now we have basically, this, with ray tracing and so on, a system that calculates it for you, kind of. And you just, of course, have to still make a combination of all kinds of things. But yeah, it's pretty impressive in my opinion. I'm very curious how far we will get with this. and when stuff is coming out. Just imagine how games might look in 3 years. It could be interesting. On the other side, the PlayStation 5 is still young, and consoles are still so important for these kinds of graphics, and they simply don't have the computational power to go full path tracing in 4K or so. That's like, I don't know. You need a $2,000 graphics card to get decent frame rates with path tracing, as we have just seen. And even my graphics card was, like, I have a 3080 that also is like $700 or $800, something like that. And I bought it for $1,000, so it's not a cheap system that I have. You can buy 2 PlayStation 5s for just a graphics card to get this kind of graphical fidelity, and also have a decent processor and RAM and so on. So, yeah. You can buy several PlayStation 5s for the system, and that makes these consoles so impressive that they have still a very powerful graphics chip and CPU and so on in it, while and are able to quite some stuff for just round about €500, 600 roundabout. That's really impressive for this price tag, but it still kind of leads the way, and I think that for this generation, what you actually need to get this kind of graphical fidelity is still too expensive. Maybe next generation is a generation where we push the boundaries into photorealism even more. I could imagine that. And the question is, when is the next generation? PlayStation 5? When did it come out? And the Xbox Series X, of course, not to forget that. 9th generation, 2020. So yeah, it might be true. Like in 3 years, we have 2026. Can't imagine that, but then 6 years, the generation, there might be the PlayStation 6 or whatever it's called in 6 or in 3 or 4 years, and then we might see like another potential leap. Still, we might see some interesting stuff in the upcoming years as well, but yeah, very curious where all this stuff might lead to. Very, very curious. As long as the games are fun, that's always the most important thing. Like Resident Evil 4, I played so much, and Bibsuda also here in chat played it so much, and not because it looks a very gorgeous game and looks really good, but it's not the graphics alone that sell the game. Like, it's just a very fun and well-designed game that's fun to play, and that's why people play it a lot and enjoy watching it. That's, in my opinion, always the most important part. Like, it could look a little bit worse than it looks, and it would still be as fun as it is, because it's just a good game. Though, of course, it's nice that it has also visually very decent graphics. So, there's that. But yeah, I'm losing myself and spinning in circles. That is why I would say, first of all, I drink something. And then, yeah, I would say thank you people for watching. Thank you for your support. I try to stream a little bit more frequently again, now that it seems like I can at least talk for some hours without my voice completely dying. Yeah, thanks for the stream. Have a good one. Yeah, thank you, Vipsuda, and also Birchman and so on, and all the others for watching. Have a good one as well. I hope you enjoyed this little chill stream where we just looked at beautiful graphics and flew around through Night City a bit and talked a bit about video game graphics. It was kind of, in my opinion, though, an interesting stream. And if you watch this on YouTube, press the like button and, you know, all the stuff. I hope to be more content active, if that's a word, in the next week. Hope I fully recover here. I think there's nothing left to say, so thank you again for watching.